looks freaking crazy.
Rewind. Rewind.
Yes! Yes! 69! 69! I'm gonna aim so far above his head.
Rewind.
I don't have superpowers yet, do I? Oh, he's got big eyes. Do I have superpowers?
Do it. One shot him. Oh my god, you did. Wait, you one shot Bull.
Rewind.
Yo guys, what is up? Yo guys, what is up? Yo guys, yo guys,
That's a lot of damage.
Why loads of love Moxie. Addicted to the damage. Super stoked for some reworked Vex Bleed, SE Builds partying face.
Hey yo guys, how we doing today? Welcome in. How we doing? Boom. More builds. I posted the bleed build. Bleed build is posted. Boom. What's up, Ren? How you doing? Waffles, welcome in. The League of Extraordinary Gooners. Becomes more and more degenerate. What do you mean? It's not that late. Also, I had a very frustrating call with Verizon today, dude. Mr. Ziggy, think the Twitch Primes and Dillius into the 14 months. Yesterday, if you were here, I just took 2 hours to upload my YouTube video. And last night I tried uploading some videos to my Google Drive, and it took an hour and a half for 10 gigabytes. And I checked my internet speeds, and my upload speed is way down. So I called Verizon this morning. And I told them hey, I think my router is dying or dead. And, I tested for an hour and a half, me sitting on the phone, to come to the conclusion that, yeah, it is the router. And then they told me, I was like, okay, I think I need a replacement router. They told me that they can't replace my router because I bought it from them. And I was like, I definitely didn't do that. I would have remembered. I would never buy the router. I would just pay monthly for it. But apparently I bought the router. I still they're it's on your bills. And I'm like, oh, I can't view those because someone messed up making my account. So if I use my email or phone number to log in, it just doesn't work. So I can't view this. And then I was like, okay, so it's a brand new router. You're saying you can't come out and service it or replace it? And they're like, well, the warranty expired. I'm like, when did the warranty expire? I've been here like basically a year. They're like, at the start of this month. I'm like, oh, so you're telling my router started randomly not working out of the blue days after the warranty expired? And because I spent full money on it, now you can't come service it and you want to charge me for an entire another one? And so I was just fucking pissed, dude. And they're like, well, we can just rent you another router and then you could just pay monthly for the new one. I'm like, dude, this is fucking ridiculous. You're telling me that, like, because I spent a bunch of money to pay more for the router, now you can't come fix it? And they're like, well, you know, maybe we could offer you the, like, 2 GB fiber plan and then you could pay more. And I'm like, I'm not even getting 1 GB. Never mind 2. Like, I just want the internet I'm paying for. And so, yeah, eventually, they came to see reason, and they're sending me a new one for free. Because that's fucking ridiculous. Yeah, we'll just lock you in a new contract. Exactly. So, yeah, we're good now, but holy. So, new router. My internet should be fine for, like, streaming. Like, you shouldn't notice anything with streaming. Because we got, like, 100 megabytes for streaming. But for uploading, it takes forever. In comparison... This is why you don't buy your own and don't rent, or buy your own and don't rent from them. Yeah, I would literally build you a router. That'd be pretty sick. Most fun Rafa build. I really like Ranger Rafa. Worries. How's Bloody Summoner work? It would be a little bit weaker with the bleed changes. You might have to I might have to tweak it slightly. Because bleed no longer infinitely scales. Bleed now like double dips in more things. But it doesn't infinitely scale. Not the OP-ness. Hello, sir. What's up, ridiculous? How you doing? Yeah. I mean, I'm on direct connected to fiber too, but for some reason, the signal that the router's getting is nowhere near what my computer's actually getting. All right. Did Meat Pockets come back? Yeah, Meat Pockets was in chat last night. It was awesome. He said, something about racist hot dogs, and that was the last thing I remember. It was incredible. Truly one of the chatters of all time. All right, our goal is to finish this Harlo build, which it's kind of finished. I just gotta record it and get it up. We just posted the Bleed Vax build. That one's looking pretty good. I do want to do drone stuff on Amon. How great it is, I don't know, but I do want to get mess around with it. We're like kind of right now. My priority is to fix the builds that got broken in the patch, and then we're going to work on genuinely like new builds. Hey, Chivalry, appreciate that. What tree do you recommend for leveling? I would go green early. Green is actually pretty good for like super early damage, and then once you're like level 20, 25-ish, I personally like to send it all over into red tree and then eventually unspec green. Till the day I die. Pretty good for like super early damage. Off comp COD in years. Oh shit. Yeah, I used to be quite the COD player myself. Should I go for shotgun, dataless 7 cents, or sniper? I like shotgun personally. Is there a Discord or place appropriate to trade or request with others? Discord.gg/Moxie. Wes. We got like 70,000 people in the Discord trading. They got crazy fucking gear over there. Is a debuff to eyesight. How'd you know? All right, let's go shoot some stuff with this and make a video. Bow, bow, bow. Discord DM I sent you. Oh, was it about the Discord user? Did the Discord mods handle that or not yet? When's the Harlo build dropping? I'm gonna try to get it out tonight. We haven't recorded it or edited it yet, but the build itself is done. Like we're done doing the testing, got everything ready. I just need to record and edit it now. But I've spent the morning editing the Vex video. When is Vex build dropping? It's live already. It went up like 20 minutes ago. Boom, 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 boom. Don't see it on blind. It should have just went up. Just refresh my YouTube channel. Macaroni, did you listen to the new Dayseeker album yet? I wish Rory would have at least cleaned the curb before he stomped my face into it. No, I don't think so. I can put it on after this song. Bloodshot build? I have made a Bloodshot build, but we do need to update it. You just skip the platforms. After you've completed it for the first time, yeah. Then your weak, evil angel.
You're in it now.
Boom, ba-dum, bum, ba-dum. That's what we're looking for, baby. Oh. Ordnance aim on, absolutely. We got to adjust for a new blackout buff. Blackout is crazy. Actually, probably one of his best skills now. You think the game is boring right now? What? You're not enjoying the new event? And all of the content it adds? You crazy. Groundbreaker isn't destroyed. I'm still using it with my aim bell. I'm still melting shit. Yeah, I mean, Groundbreaker, how it functions is still ridiculously strong. You get to store damage and then deal it. Any external source that is adding is just a whole bunch of extra bonus damage. That bonus damage can still proc additional bonus damage. It just doesn't store it. But yeah, Groundbreaker will always be strong. Boom, 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 boom. The melee increases. I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't really feel like the melee increases were much of increases. They like just kind of added some more soup to some of the firmware, and it's not even like huge increases, to be honest with you. I don't think they were trying to compensate too hard for the Groundbreaker nerf, but I also think that they're just trying to figure out what the baseline for melee is so that they can figure out how much they need to buff it now that Groundbreaker is not infinitely stacking. Because, like, as long as Groundbreaker was stacking, it didn't really matter what your build was. You just spec a point into bonus damage, and you could just stack it up. You sent me a Discord DM about the new Halo. Oh, boy. Is it looking good? I heard there's like a whole bunch of drama going on with Halo right now. Cinder Shelly post nerf. Halo campaign evolved. It's just a Halo 1 campaign remake. Interesting. So not really a new Halo. What is happening? That was so weird.
I underestimated myself.
Well, they do that again. How'd you die? Is the Bleed Vex build still working? Power, check the YouTube. I just posted the updated build to Bleed Vex. It is still one-shotting every boss in the game. Still one-shotting every boss in the video game. Ooh, loot.
Oh, that's a lot of damage.
Elementalist. Guardian Angel. By the way, they confirmed that they're gonna be fixing Reactor to drop from Inceptus.
When for sale, baby shield, never.
Proc of its own crits, rewards good build crafting, but isn't busted now. Good summary. I don't think it double dips gun, though. It's kinetic, all damage, crit damage. I don't think it doubles gun. Don't seem like they nerfed Harlo at all. Well, they nerfed her options. We have less options to use now, which is silly, but neutron capture nets out more damage from this change. Like we deal more damage than we did prior to the nerf, but we can't use as many cool weapons with it. I don't think it's a good change. Because, like, their whole point is, like, oh, we want to increase build diversity and, like, stuff like that. And technically, there's, like, less options. Like, if you were to see a bunch of neutron capture builds, there's less cool shit you could do with neutron capture. Like, people were telling me that they were doing, like, grenade neutron capture builds off of the grenades that, like, ricochet and stuff like that. Because those count as ordnance damage. Or as gun damage. What weapon is this? This is an Oscar mic. How's Ordnance Amon? Better than he's ever been.
Run to the farm, please. I'll save a bullet for whoever comes to avenge you.
Is it true the crit knife locks your crit chance at 30%? Yeah. Meaning if you have more than 30% crit chance and you use the crit knife, you lose damage. It is now potential to throw the crit knife and actually lose damage. It's pretty crazy.
Just if you got the crits.
Pretty crazy.
Firing the accelerator.
Is Infinicrit still good? Yup. To this day, still never gotten a 4% KOs in. Telling people it's an Oscar mic. I'm stupid, sorry. They're both like military-esque terms. Amp knife is the new crit knife. Yeah, technically. I mean, like, builds that don't have good crit chance massively benefit from the new crit knife. And builds that have great crit chance use something else. We have great crit chance on this build. So we're not using the crit knife because it would actually hurt our damage. Is it real? Molten Slam is still a viable build, and it's actually better now because you can technically use Raging Inferno with it. You know, be potentially a very good weapon for this build now is that Lucian's Flank. We need to go get a mob weapon that mobs really well, and I think the Lucians might actually be a decent call now. Why play Neutron Capture when Infinicrit exists? I think Neutron Capture is still more damage than Infinicrit in terms of like boss mounts. There's nowhere to go. Your Lucian's isn't working great. Bonnie, not a bad idea. Have anything for tasty for dinner? I haven't had dinner yet. I don't have a better skeptic on you, do I? No. Stray isn't fun with Infinicrit. Yeah, Stray's disgusting on Infinicrit. Bonnie with extra bounces. Shreds. I like the idea of the bounty. Or Bonnie. Wombo combo would be good. An elemental stray could work decently for us. Oh, isn't that cooking stream? What do you mean? We're cooking builds right now. We gotta get another bullets to spare on this.
Medical attention on
This calls for disorderly conduct. Ooh, they're gonna be stupid signs. You'll hate this. Got an environmental disaster brewing over here.
So I tried going to the gym in the morning for a change. Never again. Stupid as hell.
That's a wrap.
We go through ammo very quickly on that.
Fall in, maggots. We're
The only thing is, like,
There are more robots than people on this ride.
I just don't really love using Ripper for mobbing. I guess mine got unlucky and rolled Ripper. I wouldn't normally have that. But yeah, I don't love Ripper. Wombo, honestly, probably works really well. Back. What are there, some new builds? One of the ones I'm really excited to mess around with is trying to make builds around Blackout and Raging Inferno, aka like action skill Amon builds. Right now, Raging Inferno procs off of Ordnance, right? But your action skill on Amon does Ordnance. So like you could use the whips to proc Blackout procs. Or even do the throwing shield to get huge Blackout procs. There's a lot of potential things that you could do with Blackout now working, and your action skill also dealing Ordnance damage. Could be really interesting. Radiant without Ripper, Jacobs, 588. Can I try it? Bonnie feels real nice. Let me put Bonnie on with our bullets to spare, even though technically it doesn't work. I just like the
Snuggle up, Buttercup.
Oh. Elemental Eater, we're effed.
Bullet barrage strike.
Oh man, just fell off the map.
Whole front's coming. Just as I figured.
Only thing with the non-elemental weapons is
Thanks, Jacob. Whoever you are.
rocking status effects. Also, Bonnie's reload is really slow.
Careful, this thing's experimental.
It's alright, it's alright. That reload hurts though. Have I seen the Halo remake? Nope, not yet. People were telling me about it though.
That's a lot of damage.
For real. Jump golfer, yo! Thank you for the 64 months. How you doing?
Metal on the move.
Nah, it's also too slow.
Uses for robots. And this is what you do. Gravity's on my side.
Yeah, Stray could be a real solid option.
Tangle with this. Get cozy. Aren't we over dictators yet?
Doesn't look like it's hitting for, let's say. Wamo, save me. Rad plasma coil. Just reload with the or swap modes. Okay. Have you updated the neutron capture planner? No, not yet. We're working on that right now. Shockwave, can I grab that Lucian's from you? Hello. What?
Back.
Welcome back. I didn't even know you lived. Yoshi, look who's home.
It's very back.
That's crazy. What you put your?
Before like the work day is over, like before I would even be home.
Have I tried the bod? Well, on this build or just in general? How are her flights? How are your flights? She said an hour each way. Easy enough. Do, 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 do. Yeah, that feels better without having to ripper charge it up every time. Is this a map bug happening to any of y'all? It's happening like way more after the update. Or if I'm trying to leave like a set location, it just like won't let me move the map. Like I just can't move at all. I have to go travel to one of the fast travels that I can see and then travel again. Is this reactor Harlo? This is reactor Harlo. All right, let's try this for mobbing. New Black's Bleed build is amazing. Let's go.
You keep talking to me. You know I'm a hologram, right?
I think a little chaos is in order.
We gotta put on a kill spring for mobbing. Otherwise, we're just too squishy. Don't need a war pain for mobbing. I got a kill spring, but no bullets to spare on it. We'll still help a ton with just surviving. It'll net us more damage too, because now we get overshield. Huh?
Another hunk of metal to melt.
That's a lot of enemies.
Damnation by radiation.
Boom. That's why.
Here we go.
Refund? Refund what? What I miss now?
Your odds weren't good.
I would never. I would never. Damage. I see it. I see it. I got you. I got you. I gotta remove that because there's two. One automatically plays and one I was supposed to manually play. There's zero reason for there to be a manual one. It was 2 damage redemptions. Boom, 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 boom. What's the comfiest Harlo build? I think Infinite Crit. All right, let's record this. I wasn't recording before. Interesting. They spawned up here first. I feel like they usually spawn on the left side first.
Ooh, they're gonna be soup inside. You guys got. Hazardous material coming through.
Sir, let me shoot your crystal, please. Should've just whipped out the Wambo.
That's a lot of bullets. Get rowdy. Here's to the nth dimension. Tango with this.
What are we gonna call this build? The issue is we've got Nuclear Winter Harlo, which is a bit of a different spec. Like, this is technically Reactor Harlo, but they're kind of just gonna get merged into one now. Like, I don't think there's a reason for the old spec to really exist. It's just stronger without it. Or with decoherence.
Set for sale, baby.
Nuclear Reactor Harlo. Oh, that's great. Oh, I like that a lot. Oh, God.
They're in for a meltdown.
I like that a lot.
Sorry, environment. You'll hate this.
Boom, 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 boom. Hello, what's up, chicken? How you doing? %150% swab speed. What with the Bonnie? That's pretty sick. The one good use of swab speed. We cannot name it Chernobyl Harlo. That is not in the cards. We did that already with Amara, and I got a lot of shit for it back in the day. I had a Chernobyl Amara, and I had to rename it. Don't name builds after disasters.
Okay, new kill priority. You're in it now. This calls for disorderly conduct.
He's not dying. Ooh.
Yeah, I'm back.
Incredible.
Tango with this.
Someone was asking to bring back the star rating that we used to do in old build videos, and we really should. What? How did I just die there? Wasn't even shooting at me. Star rating is Pog. Large Harlo collider. It's kind of cool. I gotta get... We're missing out on like a massive fire rate buff by not having our second bullets to spare
What
there.
happened? Especially if all my brain cells didn't make the trip.
Especially with how big our mag size is.
Stay right there.
Oh wow, Wombo feels really great. Wombo, really nice. Really nice. Oh, does anyone have a rep kit with bullets to spare on it? I have one, but it's locked. Oh, I literally have one. What are we doing? What are we doing? What are we doing? Let's go fix that, and then... Am I using... Yeah, I do have a siphon shield on. Okay, that's gonna be nice. Let's go do that. Let's go do that. Which purples are good for Harlo? I know Buri, but anything else? The Savant class mod, the Physicist class mod. Crit Knife can technically be good for Harlo. Spread Launcher is good for Harlo. The Stellium purple Maliwan shotgun with high rad or shock dots can be really good for her. What do you use on my kill spray? Oh, I'm pretty sure I just got movement speed on it. Just quality of life. I like movement speed a lot. Makes things feel better. Alright. Now we get a kill spring. Most of the time if I'm hitting my rep kit, it's actually because I'm low health or something like that. So get the heck out of the way. Let me save quit so the enemies respawn. What are we building? We're finishing up a Harlo nuclear build, or a neutron capture build. Large hard-on collider? That sounds quite wrong there, sir. I know the intention was good, but the final product was not great. She still bother with Biorobot? Yeah, Biorobot's like fantastic. All right. For a trouble build, we'll probably mess around with trouble again. It's not a top priority, to be honest. I saw the trouble changes. I don't think that they were super great.
Take the bullet, all hell.
It feels like they're too afraid to like buff things up a ton.
Everyone's weakness is death.
Like the Trouble could be too strong unless they buff it more than by like 25%. The heck was that? You just see that? That man was flying. Okay, this is looking way better. Health is looking good. Speed's better. Uptime good. But like, I don't know. They just buffed the Gamma Void by 450%. By the way, apparently the Gamma Void makes enemies immune to radiation damage now. The sole purpose of the gun is to make them take more radiation damage. But I was talking to Lazy this morning, and he was saying that it now makes enemies immune to rad damage. Which is incredible. Oh, that guy's got that deal with it modifier.
Hazardous material coming through.
Give me some ammo, please. I don't know why companions aren't good. Trouble, Flax Pads, Wilhelm Drones, Death Trap. Yeah, I mean, there's a big history of companions not being good. But they kind of nailed it with Iron Bear, dude. Iron Bear was the strongest companion we've ever seen in the game. Iron Bear was it could have been its own freaking Vault Hunter. You know what I mean? I think a little bit of an issue that they're having. Well, one is there's not a lot of avenues to scale minions right now. You know what I mean? Like if I'm playing a gun build, I can put on a crazy enhancement that buffs up my gun damage and maybe my crit, and my fire rate, and like all these things that end up scaling into the end game. And that doesn't exist for like Trouble or minions. There's not really a like minion enhancement. You know what I mean? I think that's where like they could really improve some stuff. Moze was the pet. Exactly. Yeah, there's no mayhem scaling, so they need something to give them more strength on UVH levels. And like if you're playing a gun build and you want to make a stronger gun build, you can do that. Even though weapons don't get stronger in UVH, your gear gets better. Like it just does. You will get pieces of gear with Jacob's components. You will get enhancements with better passive rolls. You get these things that will level up your build. That there's not as much like vertical scaling for a minion build, realistically. You know what I mean? There's just like, what do you wear on your shield for a minion build? You know, you get an amp Watts for dinner. That's huge for gun builds. Doesn't really do anything like for melees. Like what like what do you push shield to put on a Trouble build? That's a huge avenue that's just lacking. Enhancements, huge avenue that's lacking. I think like buffing Trouble would be great, but at the end of the day, they need to, if they want to have it not be like OP for the campaign and then still strong at endgame, they need to give it avenues to scale at the endgame. The mayhem scaling technically does work for that, but I'd rather them just introduce like endgame gear that just makes Trouble sick. You know what I mean? The copium shield, exactly. New Bleed Vax video. Good stuff. Very sexy damage. Hey, let's go. Ace Ventura, thank you to the 50 bits. Appreciate that. This. Did you finish Horrors of Kairos? No, you know, I'm still grinding. How you doing, Mr. Chadley? Congrats on your latest success. How's this build do on bosses? Ridiculous. I've posted Reaper builds, Ren. They're very fun. Is this a reactor build? It is. Yup. Reactor / physicist. Is saving me. That's for Harlo gains crit chance with all skills. This chance increases every time Harlo entangles an enemy. This effect stacks. So is that 48? I think that's 48 then. Man. All right, let's make this video. I don't think the Wombo's under barrel is proccing Neutron. Let's see. I think it just hits hard. Dude, the Wombo's under barrel is hitting for over 1,000,000 damage. What? We're underbarreling for over 1,000,000 damage. It does 8,000 without neutron capture. Wait, what the fuck? Hold on. I don't think it's getting converted to rad, but I think it is getting neutron capture. You see that was 1.7 million. I think it's if it's critting. That was 43 million damage. 1.7 mil right there. Oh my god, it's getting the Wombo Underbarrel is getting neutron capture. Oh fuck. Wait, let's go shoot a boss with this real quick. Before we make a video. I figured it was not, but it was just gun doing neutron capture plus underbarrel doing big damage. But the underbarrel without neutron capture is doing like 8k damage, and then with neutron capture is doing 1.7 on creds. Does spread launcher get neutron capture? Yep, that's a different build though. We were messing around with that last night. It's pretty crazy. But yeah, different setup. What, underbarrel? It's not like an underbarrel attachment. It's just a wombo combo. Wombo combo doesn't have like a... It's like inherent thing is it fires automatic underbarrels.
Metal on the move.
Was the Midnight Defiance nerfed? Yes. Yeah, it doesn't do its crazy shenanigans anymore. That and the Kickballer, like, both got hit. Or the, like, disc launcher interaction.
Oh, that's a lot of damage.
When Halloween subathon?
When Halloween subathon. Oh, we're gonna do a Halloween stream. By the way, Obsidian sent me a key to Outer Worlds 2 today, which I would like to get around to playing. It looks really fun.
10 times the trouble brewing.
The phosphine bug is getting fixed in an upcoming patch. They already confirmed. Oh man, we gotta get some money on this, Harlo. We're broke. Broke low. $150 for a re-release of New Vegas. What? It just works.
Better leg it.
We kind of missed our neutron capture there. That's better. Hi, Bron. What's up, buddy? How you doing? You know what's nice is Harlo gets her cooldown back so fast that we don't have to like save quit to farm bosses. Which is weird that that's a thing now. They said that's unintended. They're gonna be fixing it. But yeah, unfortunate scenes.
Good thing I'm limber as hell.
I kind of missed him again. What the F? Sorry. Who's your personal favorite Vault Hunter? Harlo. Harlo Enjoyer.
You'll hate this.
See ya. Which build is this? This is Nuclear Reactor Harlo. It is our updated neutron capture build. Updated neutron capture build. Did Green Tree Harlo even change? No. Unless you're using like Midnight Defiance.
New plan. Kill the big one.
Back like Jordan. It's the Wambo. It's the Wambo. Do. Decoherence capture Harlo.
Guess all rivers do make garden juice.
Oh my god. Holy fuck. How do you jump like that? Sprint, move forward, dash, jump, basically all on the same button.
Time for a new plan.
The next time you're bleeding out, remember the choices you made here.
Who wants some cold fusion? What did those drones ever do to you?
It's just one of those days.
Remember, mental health is also important.
Burst in the bubble.
That one not as crazy. Not as crazy. Do I prefer Amara or Vax? Amara, personally. Have you given any thought of a new Vax build after the nerf of the Bleed Witch? Exclamation mark new vid. Ties the bun. I love ties. I love fake grasping. I was a fake grasping enjoyer.
Fiery cannon. There is no escape.
Have you thought of being a Space Marine 2 player? I played that game. It was such a lot of fun. We got to the hardest difficulty, beat all the missions on the hardest setting, and then moved on. But I enjoyed it. It was a lot of fun. I'm not swapping any modes. It's just the default Wombo. Wombo doesn't really roll many parts, but yeah. It's just a default rad Wombo. There's a lot more difficulties and new cosmetics. Really? Yeah, I mean, that game was sick. I enjoyed it a lot. I didn't get, like, the most amount of time out of it, but I loved my time with it. Oh, shit. Borderlands just posted the This Week on Kairos. Highlights from the day 30. Shield visual adjusted for improved clarity. Oh, that's way better. I haven't actually tried aim on shield yet. Sorting sending menus now persist. Pour one out for the crit knife. Spooky season. Community spotlight. Check news. Hung out with Gearbox Studio the day before launch to interview our dev team and capture what goes into releasing a Borderlands game. Community screenshots. Phil Herbert, Borderlands 4 principal programmer. Community creative corner. Trouble build.
That's a lot.
That's a sick Rafa.
Hell yeah, made it just in time for that TWOP.
Poggies. What's this? It's our TWAB. Smoka, I think the 2 months, appreciate that. And word problems, thank you for the gifted sub. Your what? Is the grenade important? It's helpful.
That's a lot of damage.
It is certainly helpful. Oh, I'm using the Slippy. All right, let's record this. Feral Saw, I think the gifted sub, appreciate that. I think we're ready to record. Do you Slippy on Infinite Crit? Currently no, but we might now that the crit knife is nerfed. Not that we were using the crit knife before, but like even more reason to use the Slippy with the fire rate. Yeah.
That's a lot of damage.
What's up, Dragon? How you doing? Colonel Crackers, thank you for the Twitch Prime. Appreciate that. How are you going to make any builds now that the crit knife is nerfed? I know, right? It's over. Jover. Do. All right, let's do this. I need to get a haircut. Yo, guys, what is up? Moxer in Borderlands 4 video, and today we are updating our neutron capture Harlo build or nuclear reactor Harlo. This is going to be combining both the nuclear winter Harlo build that we posted and the reactor Harlo build, kind of joining them into one. And the big thing to talk about with this build is the changes that were done to neutron capture. Neutron capture was, well, they changed the things that work with neutron capture. So basically, you have less options of cool weapons to use with neutron capture. However, they've actually now buffed the damage of neutron capture by changing the way that it functions. We actually do more damage than we did prior to the nerf, but we can't use certain weapons like the Katagawas or the Convergence with like a neutron capture build. We're going to be going over everything you guys need to know. There's a lot to break down. Hope you enjoy the build video. Let's do this. So let's start by talking about the change. So balance adjustment, neutron capture now converts all gun damage into radiation and now only applies to gunshots and not all instances of gun damage. Dev note, neutron capture is one of the best damage scalers in the entire game, potentially in the entire franchise, but during testing we found that it was erroneously applying to all instances of gun damage and was able to scale in unanticipated ways. As a result, this new change will still see neutron capture being one of the best, if not the best, damage scalers in the game, but the power level will be much more in line with our expectations. Additionally, since all damage from the guns is converted into radiation, it should have more scaling vectors for clever build crafters to allow for meaningful boosts from gun damage. There is some very interesting things that you could do now with neutron capture. But basically now neutron capture, if you did not know, neutron capture is when we shoot our chrome accelerator, we can convert our damage from our action skill into basically into our gun. And then when our gun shoots, we're doing like action skill damage or skill damage. And now it is fully converting our gun into damage. It's no longer two separate instances where there's like a neutron capture proc and then a gun proc. It just converts everything into neutron capture or radiation. So like just to show you, this is a kinetic weapon. Now when I shoot, I'm no longer dealing any kinetic damage. So if your gun is cryo, if it's fire, if it's radiation, whatever, it doesn't matter. Now when you use chrome accelerator with neutron capture, all of your damage will get converted into radiation damage. So as I mentioned, the biggest hit to this is as I mentioned, the biggest hit to this is weapons that were previously applying neutron capture off of like non-gunshots, for example, like the Katagawas. All of these lightning coils now hitting enemies no longer proc neutron capture. Only the damage of the initial shot of your Katagawas will proc neutron capture, which means that Katagawas is like effectively dead on the build. There's really no reason to use this sniper anymore. However, it does open up some new options for us. Now, one of the first big winners of this change is glow up. Previously, this would never be a good skill to spec on a neutron capture build because we didn't care about our guns critting. We cared about our skill damage critting. And that's why we'd put points into decoherence, make extraordinary. This was giving us our like skill portion of the damage could crit, while our guns weren't. The skill portion would crit, and that would allow us to deal more damage. There is now no separation between our gun values and our neutron capture values, meaning that this glow up, Harlo gains crit chance with guns against irradiated enemies. This is just additional crit chance now for neutron capture. Because they're not separated, we can take this and we just deal more damage with neutron capture. That is one of the two big things that we can now take advantage of. The other thing that seemingly happened with this change that it wasn't doing before, at least in my testing, is it now double dips into action skill damage. Why this happens, I'm not totally sure. But prior, action skill damage was not something that we would spec because it would single dip in this damage. And now it seems to double dip action skill damage, which is huge because we can get field ready prototype and we get a big buff from this. We can also get tons of extra damage with resonance cascade that gives us our 45% action skill damage that we double dip in that. And they just buffed firmware for Action Fist, where we can now put on 2 pieces of Action Fist to get 30% action skill damage, and we double dip this. So we've got a ton more buffs to the build. We're critting more often, and we're just genuinely hitting harder now with neutron capture than we did before the buff, but we have to use like basically high fire rate weapons. It doesn't double dip with elemental. Nope, still does. The other big thing to mention with neutron capture, which I'm going to be making into a separate build because it is pretty wacky, but you'd scale it quite differently than this normal build. But we can now turn non-elemental weapons into elemental weapons. And one thing that elemental weapons can do is they can proc dots, right? And there's some certain things that you can do to proc just ridiculous neutron capture dots with things like the spread launcher, which spread launcher would never be able to dot on any build besides like bleed vex, for example. However, because we can now convert certain things and big damage instances into radiation damage, we can now make the spread launcher proc dots. And so that's a cool option for this build. I'm probably going to be making like a totally separate, like weird, funky neutron capture dot build that focuses in on like making things that couldn't dot, then dot. And so that'll be a separate build. This is kind of more like standard, use a bunch of different weapons and play neutron capture to the best that we can make it play. But there are going to be some really weird, funky variations of neutron capture that will allow us to use totally new things that we really couldn't before on the build. So with that out of the way, let's go over our revised and updated skill tree. So we're going to be putting points into Cyclotron. This gives us more fire rate. Neutron capture, we're kind of like going back to the way that we built neutron capture when the game first came out, and that was just using high fire rate weapons. We want to proc neutron capture as quickly as possible, and so fire rate is super helpful for that. We now can also spec field ready prototype, which gives us 30% action skill damage. We're then putting 2 points into elementary. We still double dip elemental damage, but in terms of like bang for our buck, points into field ready prototype are now stronger than elementary. And then we're putting enriched for the 21% radiation damage. This is just, once again, another double dip for neutron capture because our actual chrome accelerator will deal radiation damage. And then when it procs that neutron capture, we get that damage again because it grabs all of your buffs again. So this also changes. This radiation damage is nice. However, I did testing with 5 into Poison Sun and 2 into Glow Up versus 2 into Glow Up, 5 Poison Sun, and got significantly higher damage with Glow Up now because we can make our neutron capture proc crits even more, which is another damage buff for it. We're also going to Chain Reactor to deal bonus radiation damage to entangled enemies. Just really nice, and everything's going to be getting irradiated because all of our damage is going to be radiation. And then we go grab Demon Core. Demon Core is so important for neutron capture builds because it more than like 4x's the damage of your chrome accelerator, which is like 4x damage for our neutron capture, and that just gives us a ton of extra things. Note that we're not going to be going into practical applications and mechanical brilliance, which are both very powerful skills. They increase your skill damage. However, these are additive soup for us, where we can go get something that's way, way stronger, and that is going to be in our green tree. In our green tree, we're going to be grabbing. In our green tree, we're going to be putting 5 points into momentum. Once again, we're critting more often, so more crit damage is super nice for us. We also get points into neutron decay. It's going to make our guns deal more damage whenever we irradiate an enemy, which is all the time. And then we can also put 3 points into Resonance Cascade to give us more action skill damage. In testing, Resonance Cascade was better than Creative Overflow, even though this does give us good gun damage. Our overshields are not active quite enough on this specific setup to warrant this. So Resonance Cascade, and then 2 points into Confirmative Reality for some extra cooldown so that we can always have our neutron capture up. And then the big thing that we're over here for is decoherence. I made a whole video on this specific skill and why it's so ridiculous for neutron capture. But basically, Harlo deals increased damage with all sources to entangled enemies. Enemies inside of our flux generator take further increased damage. This is bonus damage, so it's a multiplier. Everything else in the game is like additive with each other, meaning that we don't get much more increases from all of the other like elemental damage or skill damage. However, this is 50% more damage for neutron capture, and we double dip this. Because if an enemy is entangled, our chrome accelerator does 50% more damage to them, And then when neutron capture procs, we're shooting the enemy that is also entangled. And then our neutron capture damage does 50% more damage to them. Even if you don't have a class mod into decoherence, 5 points into this, just 5 points, genuinely doubles your DPS on neutron capture. It is a must pick up, and that's kind of why we're like merging the nuclear winter and the reactor build into one, because there's really no reason to not spec this on a neutron capture build. It is simply just that much damage for us. And lastly, we're tossing 4 points into Make Extraordinary. This is going to give us additional crit chance with our skills, even though neutron capture is still tied to our gun damage. The game still registers it as skill damage, still benefits from skill damage. And for example, like your shots, I was testing this. If you are spec'd into Mechanical Brilliance, just shooting while neutron capture is up will scale this. So we are still getting the like skill damage scalars, even though it is not doing its own separate instance. It still gets all those values, and Makes Extraordinary gives us even more crit chance with it, so that we're up to like around 75% crit chance with our neutron capture damage, which is just awesome. You got our reactor with 0 into decoherence. Pain. Will the build be available today? I'm going to try to get it up today, yeah. We're going to hustle to do that, though. Let's pull out our good weapons. Is reactor drop fixed? No, not yet. All right, now let's go over gear. So to start, there's basically any weapon that you can use on this build. So now let's go over our gear. To start, basically any weapon with like a large mag size and high fire rate you can use for neutron capture. Once again, we're kind of returning to how we used to play the build. So if you can get like buoys with extra barrels to fire extra quickly, these are fantastic for the build. You can get Jacob's parts on these so that they can ricochet. One of the best neutron capture weapons. I wasn't really using them much in this video because they're not super easy to farm. I'm trying to stick to like using more legendaries because they are like easier to farm technically. But some other weapons to really call out that are really fun are the Lucian's Flank. This just got buffed. It's guaranteed to roll with Jacobs, meaning that it will ricochet. Your ricochets still benefit from neutron capture. So this is a fantastic mobbing weapon. The Wombo combo is doing some ridiculous things with neutron capture right now. I don't know how to fully explain it, but it seems like the underbarrel is getting neutron capture damage. So like if we shoot right now, proc our neutron capture, and then you can see right there, that is an underbarrel on the Wombo combo dealing 1 million damage. It seems to be getting buffed by neutron capture, even though the damage isn't converted into radiation damage. I've seen this hit as high as like 1.7 million. There's another 1 million on the underbarrel. And once again, this is a build that fires very quickly. So you're pumping out like, 5-6 million DPS a second currently on this setup with the Wombo combo, which is just ridiculous. Really great for mobbing, works for bossing. My current favorite bossing weapon right now on this setup, just for like really fast shreds, is actually the Whiskey Foxtrot. The reason this weapon is good is because it rolls with very high mag size, which will explain why is that important in our firmware. But it also can roll with really high fire rate, and it can roll with Ripper parts. It's a Vladoff weapon. It can get Jacobs. It also can roll with like an overdrive barrel, which if you don't get Ripper, you want an overdrive barrel. If you have Ripper, you don't need the overdrive barrel, but this thing just shoots really fast. It does decent damage, and it's great for neutron capture because of the amount of neutron capture procs we can get per second. The Oscar Mike is also very funny with a neutron capture build now, as the space laser gets converted to neutron capture. So you're just calling down an orbital space laser that is doing radiation damage and benefiting from neutron capture. And this whole thing counts as like a single instance of damage for like if you're using an amp rep kit. I don't think I was amping it. However, you can use an amp and make it do even more damage. It just does enough damage with a neutron capture to one-shot any boss in the game if you want to use that route. It's super funny. But yeah, there's a lot of weapons that you can use. We're mainly looking for things that roll Jacobs or Vladov and shoot quickly. Note that you still can use the root on the build. To my understanding, the root is still functioning as normal. I do want to highlight some new weapons, but the root does seem to be untouched, so you can still use that if you enjoyed using that on neutron capture originally. For the rest of the gear, you're going to want to rock a kill spring for mobbing. We do not have any points into survivability, so this is a necessity for mobbing, in my opinion. It's going to give you a ton of healing. We hit really hard, so you're constantly getting overkill healing orbs, which will heal your health, shields, and will give you overshield if you have both. I rock speed on mine just for some extra quality of life. I'm not using this for like bossing. Specifically for bossing, I will put on a shiny war paint with enrage for extra fire rate and extra all damage dealt. For our ordnance, we're going to be using the Slippy Grenade. Doesn't really matter what role you get. I've got nuke on mine, mainly just for the extra grenade radius, so it's easier to hit bosses with. But the Slippy is not really doing damage for us. However, they changed the way that the crit knife works. So not that this build needed to use the crit knife before, but the crit knife now sets your crit chance on enemies to 30%. It is not an additional 30% crit chance. You set your crit chance to 30%. We have currently like around 75% crit chance, so we actually lose damage by throwing this crit knife. It is not worth using on this build. Do not use it. You will actually deal less damage. But we can now use the Atomic Slippy, which with our specialization with CQC gives us 30% fire rate. 30% fire rate is basically 30% more damage because we are basically dealing all of our damage off of how fast we can proc neutron capture. So that's why we're using the Slippy. The Gamma Void could potentially be an interesting option. This makes enemies take more radiation damage over time. We don't benefit really from damage over time, at least not on this particular setup. The Gamma Void is also currently bugged to make enemies immune to radiation damage after its change. So I was originally thinking this was going to be really cool on this build. Until it gets fixed, I would not recommend using it. Now for our class mod, you're going to want to use the Skeptic for everything except for bossing. The Skeptic can roll a bunch of cool things. I still don't have a very good one. I actually need to farm another one. But technically, you're looking for as many rolls into Bright Future as possible. Getting extra points into Stunlock is quality of life, but really we just care about Bright Future. The reason the Skeptic is so good is whenever you shoot an enemy with an active status effect, you restore 5% of your action skill cooldown. With how fast we're shooting, this is basically infinite action skill restore for us. Note that we used to use the Scientist on this build. However, like you still can use the Scientist. It's just worse now, technically, because when we're converting all of our damage into radiation damage, it becomes harder to shock enemies. You can still shock with a Wads for Dinner, but you can't use like a shock weapon technically on this build really as effectively. So I would personally just recommend running the Skeptic right now. It just leads to very consistent returns of our action skill, which is great. And then for bossing, you're looking for either a Reactor with +5 into Decoherence or a Physicist with +5 into Decoherence. Both work. Both can give +5 into Decoherence. Even if you're not class mod swapping, just speccing the green tree is way more damage than like going blue or even more points into red just for the 5 points we're putting here. Getting in a class mod with an additional 5 points is absolutely not mandatory, but it does help. I recommend right now trying to look for a Physicist because the Reactor is not currently farmable. It is a world drop only. It is supposed to drop from Inceptus, but that is bugged. Gearbox has confirmed on Twitter that they're going to be putting out a patch or a hotfix soon so that the Reactor is farmable from Inceptus. But right now, I would just keep an eye out for the Physicist because this can roll into Decoherence, which is awesome. Lastly, for our shields, we're going to be using a Watts for dinner. Lastly, for our shields, we're going to be using a Watts for dinner. This build doesn't really benefit from having an amp Watts for dinner because we're shooting so fast and we're not really regenning our shield much with anything. So amp is completely not necessary. I would actually prefer to have a like double roll into Siphon. Getting the additional bonus shock damage from the Watts for dinner is going to deal way more for us than actually having amp shots. Really does nothing. But Siphon is awesome on the Watts for dinner because when we have Overshield, we get 25% bonus shock damage. So the more Overshield we get is great. Having just a little bit of Siphon, just one roll of it, can lead to way more damage simply because we're shooting so fast that we're proccing this 5% really, really quickly. And then lastly, for your enhancements, I like the Proficient Quintain for mobbing. This can roll with the 20% chance for Jacob's weapons to crit, which puts us into like the 90% crit chance plus bounce pass, so that our bullets are gonna be ricocheting. Super, super nice. Probably my favorite like enhancement for Harlo, for mobbing, for bossing. I currently have a Vindictive Hero of Bullet. This thing is ridiculous. Got it from my Discord. What you're really looking for is the Bullet Hose. Guns with Vladoff's license parts have a 30% chance to add an extra projectile per shot. That is just basically 30% more damage for us. And then you're really looking for like mag size would be huge. Gun damage and gun crit don't actually do anything for us currently. They're not buffing neutron captures damage, to my understanding. So you don't really care for gun damage. It's nice to have, but like mag size and fire rate would actually lead to more DPS. So yeah, just 30% chance for extra bullets, and then like mag size fire rate would be crazy.
That's a lot of damage.
What?
That's a lot of damage.
Schmogert, thank you to the Twitch Prime, and Fonzie, thank you to the Twitch Prime. BMC, thank you to the 65 months. Appreciate that. You started with Rafa, but enjoy Harlo more. They're both great. For our firmware, we're going to be racking 3 bullets to spare. We're going back to bullets to spare. This is what we used on our very first neutron capture Harlo build. It gives us fire rate, mag size, and then the big kicker is gun fire rate is increased by 50% of gun's magazine size. This is ridiculous for allowing us to pump out faster DPS with our neutron capture. And then the new addition is actually using 2 action fists with the 30% action skill damage, which we now double dip into. So a bunch of extra damage for us. Physicist with 1 decoherence, pain. For our specializations, we're going to be using CQC for the extra fire rate it gives us, Riddle You This for the increasing gun damage, and then we're going I Am a Gun. This is going to give our action skill 50% increases to our gun damage. Note that I Am a Gun also increases skill damage, so this is just like an insane specialization for us. And we're also going Honed Mind, 50% increased crit damage for our action scale and more chance to crit, which I guess would put us around to like 80% crit chance. Just perfect for this build are these two. Guys, that is going to do it for the build guide. I hope you enjoyed. Gonna be totally honest, I really don't like the change to Harlo's neutron capture. Gearbox is trying to increase build diversity, and this makes technically neutron capture stronger. Like, it's stronger than it was before, but now we just have less cool weapons to use with it. I personally just don't think it's more of like a lateral change, if that makes sense. I really did love part of the reason why neutron capture was so cool is you could use these weird weapons that didn't do that much damage, but proc so many things that, like, you could get like crazy things happening with the Katagawas or the convergence on neutron capture. It was just a really fun interaction and really unique, and so I'm really sad that that is dead. However, the build is very much not, and if anything, it is doing more damage than it did prior to the nerf. So you guys, I will catch y'all in the next one. Take care. Bye. The new grenade sucks ass. Oh, it's not scaling with level, meaning a level 1 does the same amount of damage as a level 50. Which is just unfortunate. It's unfortunate. Hopefully they fix that. The thing about the grenade, by the way, which is crazy, is it's doing 155 damage per shot at level 1. Just to give you an idea of like how crazy that is. Like, that grenade could be insane if it scales up from 150 damage at level 1. Do I have a level 10 character somewhere? I do somewhere. What do I change on aim on ordnance? You gotta put 5 points into blackout now. Like, these guns are doing 12, 24, 15, 37 times 6. Like, if we had a grenade that was doing 150 damage a shot, it would be very strong. Like, that's a strong grenade. It just doesn't scale up from level 1. So yeah, I'm excited for them to potentially fix that. It might be one of the strongest grenades in the game, but as it stands right now, it is literally doing its level 1 damage. Updated Rava, AFK Rava. That'd be fun. That build actually does need some updating. Don't you want kinetic damage on Harlo now? Yes and no. Kinetic damage increases your damage because your gun deals more damage, right? Because kinetic weapons roll higher. But if you don't have a way to proc a status effect on a kinetic weapon, it makes it harder to loop your neutron captures, if that makes sense. Like, yes, your damage for bosses would be higher, but for mobbing, you're gonna have a harder time looping neutron. New hidden shift code on the Borderlands Twitter. Look at the bottom of the poll. What is this? Look by the... What does that say? Look by the Kruger smile? Kruger smile? Crooked smile? Dude, what is this? What is this goose chase? Crooked smile. Yeah. Oh, there's the shift code. Oh, that's hard to read. Even this zoomed in. I'll let one of y'all figure that out. Enhance. That one's a tough one to read. All the comments are like, I've enhanced this twice and it's still hard to read. Golden key code? Yeah, I guess so. Does this code unlock the Halloween event? Ben. Dude, people go crazy for the golden key codes. I've used like two of them. They do give you legendaries in this game, which is pretty sick. All right. I'd like to get this video up today, which means we gotta edit this real fast. We could just post it tomorrow as well. How was every Friday going? Good. Hi, Dingus. Hi, Wraith.
Yo, hey, this.
See ya. Boom, 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 boom. I think our first kill on him actually looked better. No, that one whiffed. Because I wanna. Try not record our first kill of him. Uh, do 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 do. Hammering like no tomorrow. I don't want to try that game.
Yo, hey, this.
Hammering like no tomorrow. I don't want to try that game. Oop, that's an echo. Sorry. See ya. god. That was the kill I was looking for. Just the codes for the costume? Wait, there's a costume? As in like a new look? Like different than the head? It's just the pumpkin head? It's already been redeemed. Wait, was there a skin that came with it? Are you drunk? Maybe. Was there a new skin that came with it? Or was it just that? Oh, it was a gun skin. That's what it was. I didn't even look at what the gun skin looks like. That's not it, is it? It's kind of lame. What's it called? It's Hex Appeal? This is the skin? For Halloween? That's not really... I'm not... They're a little bit different than the Halloween vibes I was expecting. I mean, that looks like 10 times more Halloween-y. I am confuzzled by that. Interesting. I mean, it kind of looks like that one. Dude, this is still the best skin. We need more skins like this. Firehawk's Fury is sick. Do 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 do. Tool, you're goated. I'm sorry. I literally just paused it to get some music for this video. I'm sorry. I do like Tool a lot though. I got their shirt. Oh, that's everyone's eardrums. My bad. Ooh, maybe little cradles.
world of make-believe. Kids screaming in their cradles, profanities.
Oh my god.
I see the world through ice covered in ink and bleach. Cross out the ones who heard my cries and watched me weep.
I don't know if we're gonna use this. It's too short. I got too many clips I want to put in here. Are you crafting a YouTube video for later? Yeah, I said I would get this video up today, and it's already late, so I'm trying to get it done ASAP. If we can. Level 30 version and a leveling guide. I already have that for Harlo, though. All of the characters we have leveling guides for. Some builds you like genuinely can't level with.
I love everything. Fire spreading all around my room. My world's so bright, it's hard to breathe, but that's alright. Hush.
We could end it there as the intro. But we've got so many other cool kills to throw in. Alright. Parents. Feels real.
Oh, that's a lot of damage.
But the drop, I know. Ooh, I like this song. Maybe we try this one. Jaeger, think the 67 months. Appreciate that.
Don't you dare say that I wanted everything to fall apart when it's hard to me. 'Cause my only crime was hoping there is something more than this loneliness I feel.
Oh my god.
But no one makes me feel less alive. Fighting fire. The way you push my buttons just when fighting fire. When two voices of nature collide. We're fighting fire. Can't help but feel the temperature rise. Fighting fire.
I could sync that to the drop there. And then last clip and then end it. And then build explanation.
Cause my only crime was hoping. There's something
That's a
more
lot of
than this
damage.
loneliness I feel. But no one makes me
That's a
feel
lot of
less
damage.
alive.
Yo, Blaze through the Twitch Prime. Blade Hunter through the Twitch Prime.
Push my buttons just when we're fighting fire. When two voices of nature collide. We're fighting fire. Can't help but feel the temperature rise. We're fighting fire with fire. Maybe
Dope. Dope, 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 dope. Good intro, good intro. Yo. For the build video, let's do this. Your BL4 is buggy after the patch? Build video, let's do this. Buggy, how so? What do you guys think of the patch, by the way? Not talking about the Halloween event. I'm talking about the buffs, the nerfs, the quality of life, performance, all that. How are you feeling? Radical, dude, you were telling me about some neutron capture stuff yesterday. I don't know what's going on with it, but the wombo combo underbarrel is hitting almost 2 million damage on neutron capture. Like a underbarrel shot. And we're shooting like 10 a second. So it's something's going on with that. But basically now neutron capture, so let's start by talking about the change. So balance adjustment, neutron capture. An underbarrel bug in Borderlands? No way.
Into radiation, and now only applies to gunshots and not all instances of gun damage. Dev note: neutron capture is one of the best damage scalers in the entire game, potentially in the entire franchise. But during testing, we found that it was erroneously applying to all instances of gun damage. There is some very interesting things that you could do now with neutron capture. But basically now neutron capture, this is a kinetic weapon. Now when I shoot, I'm no longer dealing any kinetic damage. So if your gun is cryo, if it's fire, damage. So as I mentioned, the biggest hit to this is as I mentioned, the biggest hit this is as I mentioned, the biggest hit to this is God, how many freaking things did I say there? The biggest hit to this is weapons that were previously applying neutron capture off of like non-gunshots, for example, like the Katagawas. All of these lightning coils now hitting enemies no longer proc neutron capture. Only the damage of the initial shot of your Katagawas will proc neutron anymore. However, it does open up some new options for us. Quality of life, nerfs don't feel backbreaking. A reasonable start, but still a lot to fix and improve. It's nice that menus stay where you left them, but the drop downs still don't work. Someone great, someone's unnecessary. Dude, the Bonnie and Clyde, one of the best buffs. That gun is sick. I still have yet to update my drivers. I'm very curious to what my performance is looking like now. I mean, it's good still, but I haven't updated the drivers to the things that they said, so I don't feel like I've seen much of a performance improvement since the patch. Now one of the first big winners of one of the first big winners of this change is glow up. Previously, this would never be a good skill to spec on a neutron capture build because we didn't care about our guns critting. We cared about our damage with neutron capture. That is one of the two big things that we can now take advantage of. The other thing that seemingly happened.
What's up,
with this
Dova? How you
change that
doing?
It wasn't doing before, at least in my testing, is it now double dips into action skill damage. Why this happens, I'm not totally sure.
Like it shouldn't have taken
but
as long.
prior,
Yeah, I'd be curious what the
action skill
delay
damage
was
not something
for.
that we would spec because it would single dip in this damage. And now it seems to double dip action skill damage, which is huge because we can get field ready prototype and we get a big buff from this. We can also get tons of extra damage with only hitting harder now with neutron capture than we did before the buff, but we have to use like basically high fire rate weapons. The other big thing to mention with neutron capture, which I'm going to be making into a separate build because it is pretty wacky, but you'd scale it quite differently than this normal build. But we can now turn non-elemental weapons into elemental weapons. And one thing that elemental weapons can do is they can proc dots, right? And there's some certain things that you can do to proc just ridiculous neutron capture dots with things like the spread launcher, which that will allow us to use totally new things that we really couldn't before on the build.
Lucian's flank or Rowan's? Both are decent. Both are decent.
So
I can't say I'm in love with
get
either,
something
but both are
way, way
decent.
stronger, and that is going to be in her green tree.
My favorite by far is the Bonnie and Clyde. The Bonnie and Clyde, if you haven't used it on like Bleed Vex or like Infinicrit or anything, like it genuinely like one taps enemies to the head now, and it gets all the extra damage, and you don't have to reload it because you can just swap modes.
In our green tree,
the Bonnie and Clyde might be an S tier weapon. No,
spec this on a neutron capture build. It is simply just that much damage for us. And lastly, we're tossing 4
yeah,
points
knife
into
launcher could work
Matrix
too.
Ordinary. This is going to give us additional crit chance with our skills. Neutron capture damage, which is just awesome.
Where do you get the fish grenade ordnance? From fishing. Unfortunately, it's a dedicated drop from fishing. Any of the like fishing areas around the world.
All right, now let's go over gear. So to start, there's basically any. Now let's go over. So now let's go over our gear. To functioning as normal, I do want to highlight some new weapons. Using that on neutron capture originally.
Man, this is about to be a long video. Are knife launchers still good with bleed? Knife launchers are still good with bleed, yeah. I think spread is still better. For the rest of the gear, you're going to want to rock a all damage dealt. For our ordnance, we're going to be using the Slippy. The Slippy is not really doing damage for us. However, damage over time, until it gets fixed, I would not recommend using it. Any weekly shinies yet? No, I farmed a fair bit of Battle Wagon, but nothing to show for it yet. Now for our class mod, you're gonna want to use the. Now I would just keep an eye out for the physicist because this can roll into decoherence, which is awesome. Lastly, and then lastly for your enhancements, I like the Proficient Quintain for mobbing. This can roll with the 20% chance for Jacob's weapons to crit, which puts us into like the 90% crit damage, to my understanding. So yeah, just 30% chance for extra bullets, and then like mag size fire rate would be crazy. For our firmware, we're going to be rocking now double dip into damage for us. Almost done. Almost done. Is the Battle Wagon boss now drops fewer purple loot since the update? Battle Wagon? Are you farming it on a Are you farming it as a big encore? Because it might drop more or less purple if you're doing it big encore because its legendary drop rates are higher. I mean, you get more legendaries, less purples. Guys, that is going to do it for the build guide. I hope you enjoyed. Gonna be totally honest.
Normal.
I really
Interesting.
don't
No, I
like
didn't notice
the
anything.
change to Harlow's neutron capture gearbox.
What about a Jacob Stray? What, for mobbing for this? The only thing with the Jacob Stray is like, ooh.
Catch y'all in the next one. Take care. Bye.
I guess the question would be if the skill crits, does it still since our skill crit is one with our gun crit, could technically actually be kind of sick. I tried the Stray, but I didn't have it with the Jacob's part.
Yo. We're gonna do a star chart because people have been asking me to bring that back.
We'll try to incorporate it into more builds. A map of the stars. I used to do this in all my build videos. I don't technically know why I stopped. I guess it's been a while since we've made Borderlands builds. We did it in Diablo as well. I don't think I really did it much for Path of Exile. Also, let me put back on music. Sorry about that. Was the main bossing weapon on this build combo? I mean, anything with high fire rate, big mag size works. I was using the Whiskey Tango, honestly, as one of our best bossers. Do I still have one? I guess it's been a very long time since I made one of these. There it is. Umbral Blade Dancer. Is that Path of Last Debunk?
Do. Speed isn't really a stat for Borderlands. It's good for ARPGs. Raging Inferno can proc off a Force of Nature, prime damage, and I've gotten 21 million dots using Oscar Mike. Hell yeah, that's sick. Clear speed, that's kind of what mobbing is. I mean, we don't have to have another thing. It could just be mobbing, bossing, survivability, gear requirements. But, like, speed's not really a thing. For ARPGs, it's a big thing. That might actually look terrible. Yep, definitely bad change. Yellow on yellow seems like a winning strat. Hey, I'm glad you think so. Yellow background, need yellow stars. Okay, I didn't think that went through, all right? I didn't think that went through. This is her highest damage build. In terms of, like, quality of life and mobbing, I'd say Infinite Crit is better. You have basically infinite survivability, and you don't have to constantly use out an action skill every few seconds. Like, I think Infinite Crit plays better than this for general gameplay, but this just does so much fucking damage. But guys, what is up? Moxer and Borderlands 4 video, and today build or nuclear reactor Harlo. This is going to be combining both the nuclear winter Harlo build that we posted and the reactor Harlo build, kind of joining them into one. And the big thing to talk about with this build is the changes that were done to neutron capture. Neutron capture was, well, they changed the things that work with. How much does gun damage matter for this build? Still doesn't really matter, actually. Action skill, and elemental damage still seem like the winners. It is tied to your gun damage, so it benefits from gun
things like gun crit, it now benefits from. It didn't benefit from gun crit before. Gun crit was a dead stat. Now it benefits from gun crit. If that makes sense. The thing is, all you can do is farm bosses. Yeah, I mean, like right now, that's one of my big downsides of Borderlands 4 is there's not a lot of like mobbing content to really engage with. But I guess besides the drill sites,
Changes that were done.
like
I
I'd
saw
prefer
them
to farm
yesterday.
drill sites on
Neutron
Infinite
capture
Crit for
was,
sure.
Well, they changed the things that work with neutron capture. So basically, you have less options of cool weapons to use with neutron capture. However, they've actually now buffed the damage of neutron capture by changing the way that it functions. We actually do more damage than we did prior to the nerf, but we can't use certain weapons like the Katagawas or the Convergence with like a neutron capture build. We're going to be going over everything you guys need to know. There's a lot to break down. Hope you enjoy the build video. Let's do this. So let's start by talking about the change. So balance adjustment, neutron capture now converts all gun damage into radiation and now only applies to gunshots and not all instances of gun damage. Dev note, neutron capture is one of the best damage scalers in the entire game, potentially in the entire franchise, but during testing we found that it was erroneously applying to all instances of gun damage and was able to scale in unanticipated ways. As a result, this new change will still see neutron capture being one of the best, if not the best, damage scalers in the game, but the power level will be much more in line with our expectations. Additionally, since all damage from the guns is converted into radiation, it should have more scaling vectors for clever build crafters to allow for meaningful boost from gun damage. There is some very interesting things that you can do now with neutron capture. But basically now neutron capture we're doing like action skill damage or skill damage, and now it is fully converting our gun into damage. It's no longer two separate instances where there's like a neutron capture proc and then a gun proc. It just converts everything into neutron capture or radiation. So like just to show you, this is a kinetic weapon. With neutron capture, all of your damage will get converted into radiation damage. As I mentioned, the biggest hit to this is, however, it does open for us. Now, one of the first big winners of this, we didn't care about our guns critting, we cared about our skill damage critting. And that's why we'd put points into decoherence, make extraordinary. This was giving us our like skill portion of the damage could crit.
Keep up the great work. Yeah, appreciate that, fighter.
And separation between our gun values and our neutron capture values, meaning that this glow up, Harlo gains crit chance with guns against radiated enemies. This is just additional crit chance now for neutron capture. Because they're not separated, we can take this and we just deal more damage with the skill damage was not something that we, because we can get field ready prototype and we get a big buff from this.
What should I look for on a Buri? Extra barrel for extra fire rate and Jacobs.
45% action skill damage that we double dip in that. And they just buffed firmware. Buffs to the build. We're critting more often, and we're just genuinely hitting harder now with neutron capture than we did before the buff. But we have to use like
I keep saying before the buff, before the nerf.
The other big thing to mention with neutron capture, which I'm going to be making into a separate build because it is pretty wacky, but you'd scale it quite differently than this normal build. But we can now turn non-elemental weapons into elemental weapons. And one thing that elemental weapons can do is they can proc dots, right? And there's some certain things that you can do to proc just ridiculous neutron capture dots with things like the spread launcher, which spread launcher would never be able to dot on any totally new things that we really couldn't before on the build. So with that out of the way, let's go over our 2 into, and that just gives us a simply just that much damage for us.
Let's grab some of the boss kills.
for this.
But yeah, there's just scalars, even though it is not doing its own separate instance, it still gets all those values. Just 5 points genuinely doubles your DPS on neutron capture. It is a must pick up, and that's kind of why we're like merging the nuclear winter and the reactor build into one.
This video coming out
there's really
tonight.
no
I'm gonna
reason
try to
to
get it
not
out
respect
tonight.
this.
Yeah, we're pretty close to finishing. I'm just throwing in a little bit extra gameplay.
Weapons to really call out. Rolls with very high mag size, which we'll explain why is that important in our is good is because it rolls with very high mag size, which we'll explain why is that important in our firmware. But it also can roll with really high fire rate, and it can roll with Ripper parts. It's a Vladov weapon. It can get Jacobs. It also can roll with like an overdrive for like if you're using an amp rep kit. I don't think.
Okay, I just need this kill now.
Oscar Mike is also very funny with a neutron.
Wait. I grabbed the wrong thing.
Bossing, I will put on a shiny war paint. The reason this weapon is
Oh, I think I duplicated it and then didn't grab it? Question mark? There's potentially a clip of a boss kill somewhere in here that it shouldn't be anymore. Oh, it's right here. I found it. It didn't drag all the way. Whoopsies.
also very funny with a neutron capture build now, as the space laser gets converted to neutron capture. So you're just calling down an orbital space laser that is doing radiation damage and benefiting from neutron capture. And this whole thing use that if you enjoyed using.
Cool, that's basically the video done. Video done. What's the play on Harlo? They're looking to farm something. I would currently farm for good Vladov ARs. Whiskey, Foxtrot, Wombo combo. I'd farm purples for a physicist if you can get it. With decoherence is massive. Space laser if you don't have a space laser. Isn't there? Please help. Interesting. It constantly spawns missiles. Physicist. How else would you say that?
Oh my god.
It's actually insane. Feel like no. With fire.
Yo guys, what is up? Mox here in Borderlands 4 video, and today we are updating our neutron capture Harlo build or nuclear reactor Harlo. This is going to be combining both the nuclear winter Harlo build that we posted and the reactor Harlo build, kind of joining them into one. And the big thing to talk about with this build is the changes that were done to neutron capture. Neutron capture was, well, they changed the things that work with neutron capture. So basically, you have less options of cool weapons to use with neutron capture. However, they've actually now buffed the damage of neutron capture by changing the way that it functions. We actually do more damage than we did prior to the nerf, but we can't use certain weapons like the Katagawas or the Convergence with like a neutron capture build. We're going to be going over everything you guys need to know. There's a lot to break down. Hope you enjoy the build video. Let's do this. So let's start by talking about the change. So balance adjustment, neutron capture now okay, cool. Video done. Yo, Woody. Welcome in, Raiders. How you doing? How was your stream, Woody? You playing the D4 PTR? We played a little bit of that. Welcome in, welcome in. Dude, I gotta go watch the new like Path of Exile announcements. I've heard there's some crazy things going on. I have not been able to keep up. Could we make this build C of E focused? With like duct tape? Brandon, check out the Bleed Vex build that I just posted. If you're using Skeptic, is it really necessary? 2 points in confirmative. It still helps. If you're using a gun that isn't proccing status effects, confirmative reality is still good. Pee-wee looks good, but I don't think balance was as dramatic as I was hyped for. Oh, really? You keep dying on Rafa. Try getting a kill spring rep kit. It helps a ton. I don't know if COV would be worth on this build because of the fact that we basically have like 90% crit chance with the Jacobs enhancement and like 75% without. I don't think we'd net out much extra from the COV enhancement. COV on the bleed build could be kind of interesting though, just for higher bleed or more consistent bleed procs. The only thing with that is like you'd have to go like you gotta get to the duct tape mod portion of the gun, which is not overly fun. Woody, appreciate that. Thank you for the raid. If you guys haven't checked out Woody, please go do so. Genuinely best ARPG, one of the best ARPG players in the world. He's nuts. What time is the Harlo video posting? Oh, it's rendering right now. It'll probably be up in like an hour. With my new internet speeds, whoop whoop. Are legendary enhancements just based on drop, or they're dedicated areas for them? There's no dedicated areas for legendary enhancement drops. I would farm drill sites. Also, if you haven't seen Borderlands 4 and you're joining in from the raid, we are currently playing a Harlo build that does some very, very wacky things. The concept of the build is we're using a skill called Chroma Accelerator, which shoots a portable nuke out that does a bunch of damage. And then the damage that the nuke deals is then basically injected into our gun, so that we deal the damage of the nuke on every shot, but that damage double dips basically everything. So anything that we can make the nuke hit harder gives us more damage in our gun, but that gun gets to apply all of the values again that the nuke got inherently. And you just use fast-firing weapons to shoot nuke damage very, very quickly. And it is very fun. Have you looked at Amon since they patched Blackout? Oh, I hopped on for like 10 minutes to go one-shot a boss with Ordnance Amon with 5 points into Blackout. Blackout's going to be super fun. We're going to make a lot of builds around it. Not just Ordnance builds. But yeah, I'm very excited to do Blackout. We might do that after, actually, after this video goes up. RJ is dropping AC May, Fisheye, and Guardian Angel. Boom, 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 boom. Mod to use for mobbing. Oh, skeptic. They confirmed that they're going to be fixing the reactor farming. But yeah, as of now, there's no dedicated for it. Blackout is definitely fixed. Blackout is definitely fixed. It's, I think, technically weaker than Comet, because Comet is considered skill damage, and Blackout is not. So there's more scaling vectors for Comet, but very good. I have no idea what you're talking about, Carla Go. You're right. He's dead. Yep, definitely dead. He's with Roland. Oh God. Hey, don't play that noise. Yeah, he died at the beginning of the game. What's up, Jiggity? How you doing? Appreciate that. You don't have to go around. Oh, I just do this. Oh, yeah, that works too. I like hitting the ammo machine on the way around, though. He's hanging out with Typhon DeLeon. Wait, what do you mean? Typhon DeLeon was the first Vault Hunter. He's gonna save the galaxy. What happened to him? Wait, how are the bosses already spawning? What? Come again? How are you dealing with elemental eaters on this build? Just wait to use neutron capture. We got elemental eater rad, just don't use neutron capture. As long as you don't use neutron capture, you're fine. But yeah, if you neutron capture, you're effed. Is the neutron capture up yet? It is currently rendering. Oh, it just finished rendering. It is uploading. My router stopped giving me good upload speed, which is really cool because a warranty expired a few days ago. I had some choice words for Verizon earlier today. Oh, you're telling me my router stopped working days after the warranty expired? That's crazy. Who would have thought? Which gun skin is this? Firehawk. Can you explain your movement macro? I had to make a short on it. Jolts has a good explanation. I just used his explanation, but it seems like there's still so many people that haven't seen it yet. You bind move forward to N, bind sprint / dash to N, and then you make a macro so that you press that. You press the N key and the space key basically on top of each other. So then you put a macro for N down, space up, N up with 525 5 milliseconds. That's how you do it consistently. You can still do it on controller, but there's more user error. Worse than save editing. Boom.
Wouldn't mind if the moon crushed that one.
Chadley, you see the rumors of the Battlefield VR?
Everyone's weakness is set. Guess all rivers don't make the scarf.
They had to release a VR to compete. I mean, yeah, absolutely. They quite literally have to.
Let's get inner shot. Didn't know internals could external that way.
Compete with what? All the other FPS games? What do you mean? That's a pretty crazy elementalist that just buffed this thing. Might as well pick that up. With what BR COD? No? Without having to let go of W? You have to let go of W because you can't be moving. If you're moving when you do it, it doesn't work. That's why there's no W in it. Like if this is the super jump. And then if I W during it, I just do a normal jump. Is my, like, macro timings technically not perfect? Because sometimes I do a jump like that, and sometimes it, like, launches me. Like, it's not always the exact same jump. Like, look how far that brought me. Versus how far that brought me.
Depends on the terrain underneath you. Oh, you think so? Super gliding in Apex. I gotta do, I gotta learn the, like, movement that you're supposed to do after you do the super jump. Because you can, like, bunny hop it. But, I don't do that. I've seen Deceptics, like, chaining them together, and it looks fucking crazy. Just hold W. Wait, without jumping? Then you can time another super glide instead of a pure B hub. Interesting. I'm gonna kill these enemies and try. Yeah, that's keeping my momentum. Oh, shit. Super dash, hold forward, double jump. And then what? Into another super? If you jump during this, can you not chain it? Like if you jump during your initial movement, you can. Oh shit, I'm gone. Wait, that's crazy tech. So like jump. You gotta time it like exactly as you hit the ground. What weapon is that? Oh, wombo combo. Oh shit, I did it. Right there. Super jump into a super dash into a double jump into a bunny hop. That's crazy. I'm gonna get practice that. That's hilarious looking. Actual bunny. Yeah, I could see it. You know what's interesting is we've got all this movement and there's like zipping, but so far what I've talked to the speedrunners, they don't like the speedrun of this game. Most of them said that the speedrun's like super RNG reliant, which is why they don't like it. I wonder if they can still do a good speedrun with the songbird getting fixed, or if they're gonna have to down patch to like do good runs. Deceptics, if I'm not mistaken, has beaten the game now from the very start, level 1 in under 4 hours.
On the bright side, you might be in a museum one day.
Dude, a Phosphine Infinity. Hell yeah. That's sick.
All they'll ever know is pain.
Did he use Songbird in his PB? Yes. Yeah. He got it in like under 10 kills. I didn't think he could compete in takedowns, speedruns. Whoa, 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 whoa. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. Your first stray was a phosphine. That has never happened to me. I have never once shown up to a farm and gotten a phosphine in my first attempt. Some level 51s. Yeah, I heard that there's some level 51 gear dropping. Scully percent. Battle Wagon drop both phosphines within a couple hours. Hell yeah. Let me check on this video, see if it's almost done. First ever Borstal was phosphine. Crazy. All right. It's uploading. All right, so we did Bleed Vex, we did Chroma, Accelerator, Harlo. What should we work on next? I think we go Amon and do Blackout stuff. Blackout / Raging Inferno. Blue Tree Harlo. They didn't change anything with Blue Tree Harlo. Your second run farming linebacker got a phosphine? Crazy. After this disaster Halloween event, are you worried about future events? Yes and no. I think the feedback is very clear and obvious, and it's from all sources, and so I'd be shocked if they put out another event in the future that is of similar quality, to be honest with you, but, like, I don't know. I hope they take the feedback to heart, but I also hope that they understand that, like, you know what I mean? Like, we just we want the best for this game. This game has so much potential. It's such a good foundation, and this Halloween event was one of their opportunities to really build upon it, and it messed up, but hopefully future things, especially things that stick around, are much better. You know what I mean? Like, regardless, this Halloween event was going to go away after 2 weeks. The thing is the emphasis that was placed on this Halloween event. That is my frustration with it. If it was, like, announced 2 days ago and, like, hey, we're going to do, like, a little free Halloween event, I'm like, oh, fuck yeah. Like, cool. The thing is, with the event, is it is one of 3 notes for the first few months of the game until 2026. There's 3 blocks here, and one of the blocks, 1/3 of the stuff, is this event. You know what I mean? Like, that's my real frustration here. If it was like, oh, you know, by the way, little Halloween event, enjoy, it would have been a lot different. But it is literally like basically 1/3 of our current year's content. Not like this is small. Obviously, the Invincible boss and all that's going to be a lot more content, and Bounty Pack will be a lot more content. But you know what I mean? Like, it doesn't look great that, like, hey, cross off this. This is what you have to look forward to because this sucked. When is the first Bounty Pack? November 20th. And Borderlands 3 Halloween was a banger. Yep. Totally agree. I mean, Borderlands 2 Halloween was a banger, but it was paid. A whole month away. Yep, a whole month away. I'm going to go run to the restroom. I'll be right back. I'm back. Boom, 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 boom. What rolls do you want on the whiskey? If you don't get an overdrive barrel, you want Ripper. The overdrive barrel allows you to fire it in full auto, but it has a cooldown the same way that like a spread launcher has a cooldown. So getting Ripper on it's really nice because it makes the gun auto or fully automatic. But you can use the overdrive if you don't get Ripper, and then getting Jacobs on it is pretty nice. All right, let's go do Amon stuff. Too many bottle lightings and drivers, pain. Can you try killing a radiant resistant boss? I could just show you. You talking about like armored bosses? Radiation damage does 50% less damage to armored bosses. Here's uh-oh. Oh. Here's what Radix looks like. Is 2 armor bars. Am I showing my screen? I am. That's Radix. This is Callus, who starts with a radiation or a armored bar.
But no one makes me feel less alive. Fighting fire.
Oh my god.
Push my buttons.
I promise you, it's not an issue. Not an issue. It's called Fighting Fire. What grenade for Ranger Rava? Probably the Slippy. Probably the Slippy. It's not an issue. We're doing like 50 million plus damage a mag. You won't even get through 1/5 of your mag before a boss is dead. Boom, boom, boom. Does Forge Waves now deal melee damage? I wonder if that only works for the whip. Or if we could use the shield and the spear as well.
Someone was telling me that Dot Amon was doing some crazy things. Not a new build, though? What isn't a new build? Bullet Witch. We'll have some updates to Bullet Witch. I don't know if there's any, I'd have to check. I don't know if there's any specific changes I'd make to her skill tree. Probably not. What does Slippy do? Melee damage? Just runs the Slippy. Yeah, it is what it is. Any tips? Aim low with spread launcher. Like, if you're trying to shoot this guy in the head with a spread launcher, you want to aim like here. Well, getting close helps as well, because it travels slowly. Do you know if you use the 50% underbarrel enhancement? 50% underbarrel enhancement with double barrels, you get 50% damage? Are you sure? Bom. Someone mentioned to me that there was something happening with Force of Nature and Blackout. I don't remember what the message was, but the way they worded it made it sound like Force of Nature was proccing Blackout. While Onslaughter is active, gun damage dealt to enemies will prime them for a duration and will detonate when they die or are damaged by a force skill, dealing incendiary damage to nearby enemies. Detonations can also be caused by melee attacks, but deal less damage. If that incendiary damage proc does ordnance damage, then that... If it's classified as ordnance damage, then they could technically proc blackout, if that's what they were trying to say. I'd be curious if Raging Inferno would work with that as well. Blue Tree Middle is LK broken right now with ice. Blue Tree Middle? You talking about Primal Surge?
Are you out of your mind?
How did I learn to edit my videos? Self-taught. Yes, self-taught. I used to make Call of Duty edits. I learned when I did that.
Someone's ready for the big time!
Just standing near them. Yup. You did the thing we talked about? Oh my god, this Amon has no money left. That's crazy. There's a million next to me to take. How much is this spread launcher? 34k? Oh, Jesus. That works. Tell the comment plus blackout. Yup. I did. Pezza. Why is someone calling me? 1 second. And they hung up. I'm about to lose all my credit card info. Incredible.
Surprise party! Ah! Thunder!
Action skill damage has a chance to critically hit. Additionally, critical hits from direct action skill damage apply burn. What I'm trying to see right now is the force of nature explosion could proc a burn, which would be crazy. Vex build, thank you. You're very welcome. Wheat. Rip your identity, true. I haven't messed around with Amon's drones yet. Singularity grenades don't work properly? They seem pretty good. What do you mean by properly? Like they don't pull in enough? Are we done with Jacob's enhancements on neutron capture? They're still good for mobbing. They don't provide as much of what we're looking for technically for bossing. The 20% crit is still nice. Is Blackout worth taking now as Amon? Absolutely. Yeah. The Harlo video is finished uploading. I'm contemplating uploading it tomorrow, though, simply because I don't know if I'll have a video ready for tomorrow. But I also said I'd post it today, and a lot of people are waiting. Just got a flux reactor with 5 into decoherence. A reactor? Oh, reactor. Nice. That's crazy. You just rewinded the stream.
Cause my only crime was hoping there is something more than this loneliness I feel. But no one makes me feel less alive. We're fighting fire. Oh my god. Push my buttons just right. We're fighting fire. When two voices of nature collide. We're fighting fire.
Screen recording. Get out of here. Yo, guys, what is up? Moxer and Borderlands 4. It's ready. It's ready. The stickies don't proc neutron capture? No, not anymore. They used to. They used to. Going to bed. Wow, what a quitter.
From the forge! Our friends! Bada boom!
That looks like it did work. I had to record that. I actually expected that to be more damage. Am I using like an amp rep kit? No, I'm using a melee rep kit. Let's try that with an amp rep kit. Why do I have so many rep kits on this character? What are all of these? Just put on the amp splash.
Are you out of your mind? Tremble!
Oh my fucking god. Oh my fucking god. Oh my fucking god. Holy fuck. Okay, it does work. Holy fuck. How much damage is that? That is 129 million damage. Oh, I fucked up. I moved. Okay, that works. Funny theory. It works. What the fuck did you just do? We procced our Inferno proc off of... We procced our Raging Inferno proc off of a detonation. This isn't even, like, min-maxed at all. Oh, what the fuck? In no way is this optimized. 1 second.
I wield death itself. Our friends! It is electric!
Okay, we didn't get lucky there. It's gotta proc a crit. It's gotta proc a crit.
Wrath! Fury! Vengeance! I know a snitch when I see one! Bang!
I mean, that's still 90 million damage. But the amount of damage that we did originally was fucking ridiculous. Also, I don't even know what my specialization looks like. What are our specializations? It should definitely be I am a gun.
That's a lot of damage!
Groundbreaker doesn't do anything for us. None of that, well, I mean, mainly those two skills we should need to have.
Someone's ready for the big attack! Open your eyes!
Dude, we were ticking. There was no way that we only did 129 million damage because we were ticking for like 130 million damage a hit. Like that was like, I need to watch that back. That was some like fucked levels of damage. Ooh, critical hits from good. Here. Oh my fucking god. Holy fuck. Okay, it was right here. Okay, so we did 21 million on the initial. And then look at this. That's 252 million damage. 130 million, 130 million. Oh my fucking god. We're at a billion damage. Is that a billion? One, two. That's a billion. It is a billion. That's a billion damage. Oh my god. Oh my god, it's at 1.3 billion. Shut the stream off, delete the VOD. Mods, delete the evidence. Oh, wait. Is that 2? Is that 2 billion? Hold on. Well, that's pretty strong. I think we should nerf neutron capture. Oh my god, was I recording that? Please tell me I recorded that. Hey, that proc acryl thing should definitely none of that. Oh my. Oh, I did record it. I don't have to take it from Twitch. Oh, oh, oh my. Oh my god, dude, we gotta replicate that. We gotta post this ASAP.
Oh, that's a lot of damage.
3 billion maybe?
Dude, we don't even have firmware on. We don't even have firmware on. Holy fuck. I just posted it to Twitter. Oh my fucking god, that's fucking crazy. New Amon build. Maybe we upload this tonight, the Harlo video tomorrow.
That's insane. That's insane, dude. Wait, go like the tweet. Go like the tweet. No one leaves or snitches. You didn't see anything. You didn't see anything.
Hail judgment. If only I had an unstoppable current.
We need that to crit. Let's set up firmware. Was that 3 billion? Nah. No. I mean, it's still doing hundreds of millions of damage a combo, but it has to crit to get it to billions. You don't have Twitter because you value your mental health. Fair enough. Holy fuck. Dude, okay, we gotta... Should we set this up properly? Let's set this up properly. Just got here. What's the skill tree? You'll see it in a second. Oh my god, I don't even have 1,500 iridium. What do we do? We want... Goo. Goo, Action Fist is probably what we want. Goo, Action Fist. All right, sorry. I'm so distracted. That's fucking insane. I've never hit that much damage on a non-bugged build. Oh my god. We gotta set our specializations too. I don't think there's a higher damage instance that you can do now that the... Is this launcher amp shenanigans? No, it really, I mean, that's part of it. That's what's starting the chain. That's what we're building off of. But I don't think you can do higher damage. That's crazy. I like it, Picasso. Picasso. Holy shit, I've got a better furnace that we could use. My other one rolled into movement speed.
We need a good rep kit. Vex might have a good rep kit. I want Amp plus Overshield. I'm gonna need help with firmware. Does anyone have actions and goos? We go 2 action, 2 goo, 1 god killer. That's gonna be the move. 2 action, 2 goo, 1 god killer. You got your goo right here. Ooh woo. Wait, what he say? Huh? You didn't have it. What else would have maybe Ranger Rafa? We want amp overshield so that we can get our doohickey to proc. Oh, that's literally that's a perfect enhancement. Gun damage, gun splash, gun crit, piercer. That is literally the roll. That is literally the roll. We're about to hit 3 mil or 3 bill. That's perfect. I can't. I'm 52 deep to transfer it to another character. Sad, sad, sad. Well, I'm gonna make a bank mule real quick to just get rid of some shit. Blue Tree Harlo can get exited out of existence. Let's withdraw all of our, let's get rid of some class mons. Well, this is Harlo. Let's just grab Harlo class mons. Fuck it. We're just gonna grab a lot of class mons. Oh, Jacob's AC May. We should not delete that. Any firmware that we need? We're not gonna go airstrike. You got some goos. Huge. All right, let's withdraw some stuff. Okay, that's enough. And then customization, we'll name this to class mod mule. Graham replied to you. All right, now we can get that enhancement from our Ranger Rafa. Let's put that away. And then I just need a rep kit with a overshield and amp. We want a rep kit with overshield and amp. I have to have that roll somewhere. Nothing's gonna survive this to show it off in a build video. Just up the Harlo button. Everything will be updated when the video goes live. I promise, I promise, I promise. I feel like I use this role. Oh, Stormbringer has to have it. I definitely use a overshield amp rep kit on Stormbringer. Wasn't working with neutron capture. It no longer works with neutron capture. No, where is this rep kit? We're just looking for overshield amp. Enrage amp, enrage amp, enrage amp. Speed, tank amp, enrage amp. Check Icebringer. Icebringer was using it too. I don't think I made a separate save for Icebringer, to be honest. Amp and Rage. Bro, where is this rep kit? Also, that's a goo class mod. Oh, I can't deposit it because my bank is full. Why aren't you grinding the Halloween event? Honestly, my heart rate went up too much from the Halloween event. I was having too much fun. Gotta be careful these days. It was too spooky. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Too spooky. Am I losing it? Where is this rep kit? Does anyone have an overshield amp purple rep kit? That's all we need. I like have used it on multiple builds. Especially anything that's trying to one-shot. Like, it's best in slot for basically any one-shot build. You got an amp overshield order if you want to try it. If you can't find it, yep, that's perfect. What's your shift? And you build a mob nicely with this build. I don't know. Right now, that's not what we're focused on. I just want to see if we can hit 3 billion. I just want to see if we can hit 3 billion damage. Same name. Would the Via launcher help? It could, yeah. Know how to have a real good time. What's up? What's up, Jesse? How you doing? Jesse, we just hit for 2 billion damage on Amon. We're trying. I didn't think this was gonna work as well as it did. It was a pipe dream. Pipe dream interaction actually works. Who would have thought? Tried it with Blackout, didn't work. Raging Inferno does work. Very good. That is perfect. Thank you. Dingus. I do. He and I have too many back and forths. My favorite was the when Graham showed up the day that they added the super soldier into the game, and we were making ourselves unkillable with it, with glitching out the fire rate so you could shoot out like the entire mag of a flipper in like a second. And he showed up to stream and was like, that's not supposed to be happening. On my own, stay awake.
All right. I need. Does anyone have Action Fist or Goo JFC firmware? Looks like I've got a Goo for our rep kit. Oh, I've also got an Action Fist rep kit. Got 2 Action Fists. We do have Goo Class Mod. Oh my god, this character has so many class mods on them. There's no way. I don't have enough money to do this right now. That's crazy.
Oh, that's a lot of damage.
Boom, we're up big. We're up big. All right, that gives us 2 action. I need 1 more Goo. And a God Killer. Shield and enhancement. Shield and enhancement. This build left me broke. Shield and enhancement. Shield enhancement. We get anything? There's an airstrike. No, I got nothing. Nothing. You got a Goo on enhancement? What's your shift? Have I tried any mods? Nope. Not even quality of lives. He doesn't want my firmware. Chicken, you got firmware for me? I see. Were you chicken underscore? Is that you? Look at that memory. That's crazy. You just killed back I've 100 times for a triple bypass and still don't have one. That is very unlucky. Shift, please. Just wanna say I don't hate you, but I just wanna save you. The shiny farming isn't going well. Just think about not wanting the shiny and the game will give it to you. If the shiny is in your brain, it'll know.
and it'll say no thank you. God, shift is so slow right now. Firmier, you need one for what parts? I need shield and enhancements, God Killer, and Goo JFC. God Killer and Goo JFC on shield and enhancement. God Killer shield. Cool. I just need Goo on my enhancement. That's a shield. Goo enhancement. Pog, thank you. We're good. What a goat. What a goat. I might need to go kill some things to have enough money to, Hello. Well, look at this pumpkin gamer. Is that a convergence? Pog, I'll take it. Thank you. Appreciate it. We should be good. Just accept rewards in your inventory to sell. Oh, good call. You're having trouble with killing bosses on Rafa at level 32. Keep an eye out for high damage underbarrels. Underbarrels will carry you early on. That's big money right there. Big money, big money. What is the one on our enhancement? We got Goo on the enhancement. So let's do God Killer shield. And then Goo enhancement. All right. I just ran out of recording space. Perfect timing.
A surprise party? Ah! Bada boom!
It needs to crit. In order for this to work, we have to get a crit. I mean, it still did 50 million damage on a combo.
But if it's gonna go fucking ballistic, it's gotta crit.
Hey, blazing heavens. So give me something to cry about. Thunder.
Only 70 million. Come on. Who's the strongest Vault Hunter after the badge? It might be Amon.
Victory in my grasp. Give me something to cry about.
There it is. 2 mil. Oh my god, it went negative, dude. It literally went negative. I think if I throw my action skill at him, well, I think we found damage cap. I think damage cap is negative is 2 billion because it inverted. They put in the cap just for you. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Feel my vengeance. Have my hot hog. Level.
Cone does not roll kinetic. It cannot roll kinetic. It looks like if we throw the damage at the crit spot, it actually does crit. As in, like, if we hit enemies in the crit with it, it should guarantee crit. Which would make this way more consistent.
If only I had a spinny chair. Shutter.
Dude, that's fucking crazy. Even when it's not going, it's still 80 million damage.
Burning glory. Big time.
100 mil. Genuinely, like, what is gonna survive this?
Enough gunplay. Give me something to cry about. Fear the frag.
You know what's interesting is I'm not seeing an electrical dot doing the same damage. Which, I mean, we'll potentially hit like 4 billion if the electrical dot was proccing the same as the fire dot.
The perfect weapon. I'm gonna dwindle your bar. So thunder.
What's interesting is it's still proccing a dot. It's still proccing a dot. I mean, it's like 11 million dot.
What's making it? Is it because it's critting that it's proccing like 100 million, 250 million dot damage? Wouldn't be halved. Yeah. It would do less damage on a flash enemy.
Someone's ready for the big time! Thunderwave!
Fire elemental heater.
Fall by my hand! Hey, our friends! Sparks from the forge!
There's 30 million plus dot damage, 20 million, 10 million, 400 million damage. Is this new build? This is a new build. Do. We could technically proc bolt action with this. Let's see.
It is time! See! This be the end!
300 million damage. Oh, should we go do this on some bosses? Let's go try it on some bosses. Let's go try Radix. Radix is shield and armor bars. He's like double resistant to us.
The order is broken! Save yourself! I respect your lack of agency, but I will not succumb to it!
Pastor buy a bulkhead's immune phase? I don't think so. That's just like hard-coded. Oh, we gotta pick up with all the stuff that it drops and sell it, because I'm out of money. We gotta get the spread launcher to aim well.
A gift of pain!
Well, fuck. It didn't. He died
He died before we could detonate him. He died before we could detonate him. To proc the like 100 million plus dot damage. Unlucky, unlucky. There's genuinely like we would have to nerf ourselves to have this work on a boss. Pick up the loot. Fuck. Sorry. We would genuinely have to nerf ourselves. We can go get a lower damage spread launcher. I've got a 12k spread launcher. I actually didn't even know it went that low. We could try with a 12k. That's like a huge nerf to our damage from 34k to 12k. Yeah. Still toast him. No gear! Ow! We'll open the chest. We'll sell the chest. We'll sell the chest. Loot. Yeah. I'm looting. I'm broke. Back to 1 million. We're rich. You're heading out to dinner. You take care, Mark.
Now this is a weapon.
Boom, 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 boom. I think melee Rafa is good now. I mean, I haven't messed around with it. Since the update, I'd imagine it's strictly worse than it was before. But, like, Groundbreaker's still strong. You just can't stack Groundbreaker. But I bet you could still do some pretty crazy damage on it. No. We're using a knife. Build invalid. Oh, Lord. Dude, the knife is just barely slightly helpful on this build. I've got like 20-something crit chance without it. I think 28 or 27% crit chance without it. So throwing it gives me like 3% crit chance. Pretty silly. What weapons do you use for mobbing? I haven't figured that out yet. Too preoccupied with the whole doing 2 billion damage aspect right now. This isn't really like set up for mobbing though. It's really just set up for like one shots.
Train with me. Let us get all
I'm just gonna put this out as a quick video tonight, I think. Just be like, hey guys, here's the highest damage build in Borderlands 4.
Let's play.
That's crazy that killed him there. I like completely whiffed the spread launcher and everything, and it still just one tapped him. It still just one tapped him. That's honestly the most impressive kill we're gonna get because we did so little initial damage. You know what I mean? Like, we did so little initial damage to him. Like, look at where we one-shot him from. That procced a 12 million dot, but obviously he only took one take of it. Hellwalker, 7 cents, Slugger. Yeah. You could absolutely use this for mobbing if you wanted to. It's basically just a shotgun build. Having heard. Be on. New Harlo build out yet? No, I'm probably gonna have it out tomorrow. That is my bad. It's finished. It's uploaded. But I'm gonna be quite busy tomorrow, and it's a big video, so I'm just gonna put that out tomorrow. Probably put this out tonight. It'll be up at like 11 a.m. All right, let's record this. Yo guys, what is up? Moxon on Borderlands 4 video. Yo guys, what is up? Moxon on Borderlands 4 video, and today we're going over, I mean, I don't even really know what to call this. This is an Amon setup that we just discovered that can hit 2 billion plus damage. It is, I don't think there's anything that comes close to the amount of damage that this build does in the game. It is absolutely ridiculous with the Amon skills getting fixed. There's some new synergies and some new stuff that allows us to hit for billions of damage on Amon, which is just ridiculous. I hope you guys enjoy the video. Let's get right into it. That's an eyelash in my mouth. I don't think any of our damage is melee damage right now. Stormcutter does melee, but Stormcutter is just proccing Force of Nature. It's not actually scaling it. Force of Nature is what's our damage here. Yeah, Stormcutter's not doing any damage though. So in order for this damage to occur,
So in order for this damage to occur, you do need to get a lucky proc. If you don't get a lucky proc, you still are dealing most of the time like 300 to 400 million damage. You do need to crit to get it into the billions, though. We'll see if I get lucky here. But we're going to do our little rotation. I'll explain everything in a second. But do our little rotation and then do that. That we didn't get a lucky proc. We still did. That was like 245 million damage. Let's give it another go. This might take a few tries.
The means to your end.
All right, let's see if we get lucky. Oh. Ouchie. That was a really good initial proc, too. Unlucky. So much damage, it one-shots ourselves.
Death itself.
All right, let's see if we get lucky.
A surprise party. Thunder.
Those are decent. That is about to hit 1 billion. There is 1 billion on-screen damage. Didn't get a great initial proc of our shot, but that took us. Technically, that was our second try. But yeah, 1 billion on-screen damage as Amon on a dummy. Just note that, like, you have to intentionally nerf yourself and make the build worse in order to see this damage on bosses. Nothing using the proper setup will survive the initial damage and the shot. Currently, there isn't an enemy that exists in the game that would be able to, like, display this actual value of dot damage. Even nerfing ourselves to do this, we're still dealing, like, tens of millions of damage per dot tick. But yeah, 1 billion damage on Amon. It can go up to 2 billion if we got, like, a better initial shot. But yeah, just ridiculous. So what is actually, like, going on? What is causing all of this damage? So this has to do with an interaction between Force of Nature and Amon's newly buffed or fixed Raging Inferno. Now, Raging Inferno reads that action skill damage has a chance to critically hit. Additionally, critical hits from direct action skill damage apply burn. Now, this allows our action skills to crit, and then when they do, we get a big burn proc. And the majority of our damage is coming from this burn damage. Our initial burst might do 40 to 50 million damage, which is, once again, more than enough to one-shot every single enemy in the game. But then we can trigger a detonation, and that detonation is all of that damage basically again, which double dips like everything, and then procs a dot that can hit for like 250 million a tick. Is so far the highest I've seen, and it ticks multiple times.
I'm old. I'm old and I'm an alcoholic, right?
Why bag and clip? So what we're using to proc, like, So in order for Raging Inferno to deal all this massive damage, we need to have an action skill that hits really hard. And, like, you technically could use, like, Molten Roll or one of his other abilities to do an action skill that hits really hard. However, Force of Nature is, like, by far and away the winner here because it's going to allow us to scale our damage like crazy. Force of Nature reads, while Onslaughter is active, gun damage dealt to enemies will prime them for a duration and then will detonate when they die or are damaged by a forward skill, dealing incendiary damage to nearby enemies. Now, this explosion is considered as action skill damage, and it's going to convert basically all of the gun damage that we deal to a target as to action skill damage on detonation. And that detonation damage deals 100% of our gun damage dealt, and we get 10 stacks of this. So if we're shooting a spread launcher with like amp and all of our buffs, and using things like Dragon's Breath to get a 200% damage increase, we're going to hit an enemy really, really hard, and then we're going to store that all as action skill damage. Then when we detonate that, that's going to get double dip all of our like fire damage, our action skill damage. It's going to proc a huge hit, and if that hit crits, that's kind of the RNG part. Then it's going to proc a Raging Inferno dot, which is once again going to like double dip our like burn damage and our action skill damage, all our like all damage dealt modifiers. So basically, we've got a double dip into another double dip, which is allowing us to hit for billions of damage. Hi, Bird. So for the skill tree for the build, we're going to go what burns within for extra incendiary damage, wield the storm for more status effect damage and status effect duration, just like massive points for us. Bullet storm, whenever we apply a status effect, we gain increased gun damage, more big detonations for us. Then we're going catastrophe. We're mainly just trying to get down into electrical fire here. Catastrophe, whenever we apply a shock, we get crit chance. Whenever we apply burn, we get crit damage. Big points into Dragon's Breath for the 200% damage increase. And then we get points into electrical fire. Whenever we proc a burn, we proc a shock. The main reason that we're spending these points, though, or one of the ways we're spending, is to get Stormcutter. Stormcutter is really nice. Once again, like, you could change these build a bit around, but we do so much damage that you're one-shotting everything like anyways. Stormcutter allows us to proc our detonation from afar without having to like run in with a hammer, and we can aim Stormcutter like way better at bosses. So this like damage of Stormcutter doesn't really matter. We're not using this to scale our damage. We just need this to proc Force of Nature, and if we don't proc Force of Nature with a Forge skill, it loses damage. For example, it only does 50% of the damage if we proc it with a melee hit, but if we're using like Stormcutter, then it's going to get 100% of its damage. So that is really working us down to that, and we're using things like Dragon's Fire as well, which is just an F ton of damage. It's going to help us build way more detonation damage with our Force of Nature. And then we're in Green Tree. We're going, there's like on one-shots, there's like a lot of things that like don't really do a ton for us. Gathering Storm, Kill Skill, Amon deals increased elemental damage for a duration. We've got Executioner. Amon gains increased crit damage. This effect is doubled for a duration after dealing melee damage. We've got Bolt Action. Once again, all of these things, like for boss one-shots, are not super important. They're not doing a ton. We're mainly just working our way down to Raging Inferno, so that whenever our action skill crits, we get this like multi-100 million plus dot damage. And then I put 3 points into Wild Heart for even more status effect damage, as status effects are a big part of our damage here. Why not take the detonation damage? Oh, that's a good call, actually. That would work better. You have a good point, sir. Yeah, that's basically just Wildfire Amon. I'd be curious, just out of curiosity. Incendiary damage. This is technically better. 20% skill damage. If we're just going for one-shots. Detonation damage, that's pretty big. We don't care about the crit chance. We're activating our forge skill after we shoot, so like things like berserk don't necessarily work all that great for us. Give 5 into the fray. I don't think 5 into the fray is worth giving up Stormcutter, Electrical Fire, and Catastrophe, to be honest with you. Maybe just exclusively for one-tapping it'd be nice, but we don't need it. We're good. Do.
Hail judgment! Are you out of your mind? Unbridled potential!
Little 400 million. Very good, very good. BO4 trailer song? Oh, yeah? Alright, that's a little bit better of a skill tree. I like it. Alright, for our skill tree, we've tweaked this around a little bit. But we're going to be going points into what burns within, more incendiary damage. Then we pick up Wield the Storm for more status effect damage and duration. Status effects are a big part of our damage. Because we're mainly focusing on one-shots, we're going to go Tritanium Knuckles for the 20% extra skill damage. Don't really care about the melee damage there. Then we're going down into the far right tree for Catastrophe. Whenever we apply Shock, we get crit chance. Whenever we apply Burn, we get crit damage. This is just nice quality of life. Gives us a better chance to crit, which is great. And then the big damage increase is Dragon's Breath. Whenever we activate our ordnance, our next gunshot is converted to incendiary damage. This gives us a massive damage amp and will allow us to proc much bigger explosions from Force of Nature. And then we put 1 point into Electrical Fire so that whenever we're applying burns, we get Shock. Just gives us a little bit more consistency with Catastrophe and more damage. And then we're using Stormcutter. Stormcutter is not dealing damage. We're not scaling the damage of Stormcutter necessarily for our burns, but it is a safe way to proc our Force of Nature detonation. It's a little bit easier to use than like having to use like the Big Slam, although the Big Slam would look cool. And then for our like actual green tree skill, we're going to be putting points into Executioner. This gives us more crit damage. We've got Destruction Engine for 40% increased detonation damage. The next points here, there's not a lot of great things. We don't really need kill skills like crit chance. Don't really need increased shock damage. I just went bolt action for the bonus shock damage. If you are using this for mobbing, which we'll talk about, is pretty nice. Then Raging Inferno is what this build is really built around. We get this like double dipping burn damage, which procs for hundreds of millions. And then lastly, Wild Heart for 33% increased status effect damage. For our gear, For the gear we're using, we're going to be using... For the gear, for this one shot... Oh, let me grab some stallions. Doo-doo-doo. That's a decent stellium. Do I have the Malloon enhancement in here? Probably not. We should go get it. We should go get it. Half-Life Harlo would have it on her. Does this build mob as well as wildfire? Irish, it'll be up tomorrow. I wasn't able to. It's done. It's finished. It's uploaded. But I am not gonna be able to work on a video tomorrow, so I'm just gonna have that be our tomorrow upload. Throw up this Amon build quickly tonight. Because this is like groundbreaking shit. I am very glad that y'all are excited for the Harlo build, though. It's really fucking sick. It is more damage than it used to do. I see what you did there. I mean, I'm not using Groundbreaker, just so we're clear. Could use Groundbreaker for just, like, an even more fucked up amount of damage. For the gear for the build, we're going to be using spread launchers for our one-shots. These are great because they're the, like, pretty much highest instance of damage in the game as a single hit. For, like, bossing, just so we could see the dot damage and not one-shot the bosses, like the Inceptus kill that's playing on screen. I was using a 12K spread launcher, which is some of the lowest possible damage I think you can get on a spread launcher, just so we could see what the build looks like, because otherwise, for like doing the like 2 billion damage, we were using this spread launcher, which is a 34K spread launcher. I do believe this is around the highest value you can get on a spread launcher. This is what was leading us to like those 2 billion hits. Even if you don't have a max damage spread launcher, once again, you're still overkilling just about everything in the game. So yeah, spread launchers for bossing. And then if you want to mob with this build, it's going to be a little bit different. If you've seen my Wildfire Amon build, this build would basically just play like Wildfire Amon using the Stellium, which is a high dot damage shotgun. You can pair that with the prime potency Malon enhancement so that you're constantly proccing status effects after every reload. To set up mobbing on this properly would be a little bit different because you'd want different like firmware basically entirely. I thought the coolest part of this build was the bossing, but I will have a planner linked in the description if you do want to just focus on like mobbing with this setup. But that's kind of what you would use, is using like a Stellium with the potency Malon enhancement so that you're just constantly proccing huge dots on everything. You could also use a hot slugger just because we've got a bunch of like instance damage and shotgun buffs. But yeah, mainly using spread launcher for bossing. I'm sure you could use other things as well. For our rep kit, I'm using an overshield amp rep kit. The overshield is super nice because we're going to be using a watts for dinner, and if we use a overshield, that means we get guaranteed 25% bonus shock damage. That's way more damage than like an enrage roll would give us, for example. So that's pretty huge. I am throwing a crit knife. Technically, you don't need to use a crit knife. We're at like currently the crit knife is setting your crit chance to 30%. Right now, with this crit chance on my action skill having 21% crit chance, plus the specialization for a honed mind, puts us at, how much was this? That puts us at 26% crit chance. So we're only actually getting like 4% crit chance from throwing the knife. It does override your crit. Definitely not needed, but it does help for the consistency of getting our action skill to proc. For our action skill, we're using a Furnace with 5 points into Dragon's Breath and 2 points into Inferno. I do think that this could get some crazy things if you had 5 into Raging Inferno and 2 into Dragon's Breath. I don't have that to mess around with right now, but that could also be really, really sick. I do think potentially Dragon's Breath would be the higher damage value because it's more upfront damage, but those are the two skills you're looking for. Doesn't need to be +5 or +2 into one or the other. Just get a Furnace with these points in, and you will be hitting really, really hard. For our shield, we're using a Watts for Dinner with Amp. This is going to allow us to hit harder on the initial proc. And then lastly, I was using a enhancement with the Jacob's crit. Once again, this wasn't really necessary because we're crit knifing, so the actual 20% is basically ignored. We get set to 30%, but mine had gun damage, gun splash, and gun crit. Note that before we optimized this build, like before I was wearing this, I was using this enhancement with gun damage, gun fire rate, and splash damage with like Torg license parts, which like doesn't even apply because the spread launcher doesn't even have Torg. I wasn't wearing nearly as good of a Furnace, and we still hit for 2 billion damage. Like my gear is really strong right now, and it looks sick, but I promise you, you do not need like as crazy gear to hit these numbers. This like inherent setup and build is just very, very broken right now. And then lastly, for our firmware, we're using Action Fist. This gives us the 30% action skill damage, which is what we really care about. We're also using Goo JFC for the 15% action skill damage. Once again, the big proc here is going to be our action skill damage, which is going to get this reapplied. And then we're using one God Killer. One God Killer is 10% more damage against bosses. It's a multiplier. And so this is the highest damage firmware setup that we can be rocking right now. For our specializations, we're rocking In the Zone. I don't have a lot of skill points on Amon for specializations, so like I don't have the availability to use something like best defense on this build. I would definitely take the best defense over something like In the Zone. Just like currently, I'm only level 57 on Amon. But In the Zone, while we're aiming our spread launcher, we get extra gun and crit damage. We absolutely have to spec into I Am a Gun for the massive increase to action skill damage and a honed mind for when our action skill does crit, it does 50% increased damage. And then the last point you could kind of put wherever. I put it into Groundbreaker because we're doing all of this damage. If something wouldn't survive a 2 billion damage dot, you could then technically punch them for 20% of your 2 billion dot and just, you know, overkill again. Very curious to how much health Bloom Reaper is going to have when it comes out. Honestly, this build might not make it to Bloom Reaper. Guys, that is going to do it for the video. I apologize. This was a little bit rushed. I wanted to get it out there because this is a freaking insane setup. I will have the Harlo build out tomorrow morning. Appreciate your guys' patience on that. It's all done and it's ridiculous. But yeah, this Amon setup is so fun. I hope you guys enjoyed. I will catch y'all in the next one. Take care, guys. Peace. Good night. Well, I'm not going anywhere unless you're going somewhere. Do it for the Harlo's neutron capture. This is an damage that this build does. Sorry for so much YouTubing today, guys. New patch, a lot of stuff to update and make videos on. God, oh my fucking God. Oh my fucking God. Oh my fucking God.
Oh, that's a lot of damage.
Whoopsies. You know what's funny is, you know how we like updated the build and we're still hitting 2 billion even though we got better gear? I wonder if that's because the training dummy won't show higher. Because it went negative as soon as we hit 2 billion both times. Like on the melee builds, I was just reading the damage above the dummy. I was never looking at what the actual dummy's damage readout was.
Oh my fucking god. Oh my fucking god. Do, 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 do. Fatal, thank you for the 38 months. Appreciate that. Good shit. Yo, this shit's crazy. Does Jacob's kickballer or dish shotgun still work after the patch? No. Neither works. Rune, I actually tried it with blackout first. So it was like, does this do blackout damage? Nope. All right, let's try Raging Inferno. Oh, it definitely works with Raging Inferno. Hey, that works. Damage and 30 million. Aim on bad. Yeah, I mean, they might have to nerf this. It seems like it's double dipping twice. There it is. 2 mil. Oh my god, it went negative, dude.
Victory in my grasp. Give me something to cry about.
There it is. 2 mil. Oh my god, it went negative, dude. It literally went negative. I think if I throw my action skill at him, well, I think we found damage cap. It both double dip. Yep. Aim on setup. Yo, guys, what is up? Maximum Borderlands. Right into it. Where's the nature for proccing Raging Inferno? I guess so. That's kind of lame, though. So in order for which is just... Let's get right into it. I mean, maybe this would take some of the fun out of it, but Randy tweeted out a while ago that they were thinking of having a like a buff community or a buff council where they would enlist content creators and members of the community to test things before they go live. And I would love if they did that. Million damage. Let's give it another go. You know what I mean? Like, in both ways. Just to, like, after that grenade, the grenade is a big red flag. They don't already? No, I don't get to play or get consulted on any of this stuff. We're going to do our little... I wish. I, like, professionally consult for a lot of games. I've never been contacted by Gearbox to consult for them, though. Go. I have asked. And then do that. That we didn't get a lucky proc. We still did...
didn't get a lucky proc. We still did. That was like 245 million damage. Let's give it another go. There is a... Alright, let's see if we get lucky. Those are decent. That is about to hit 1 billion. There is 1 billion on-screen damage. Didn't get a great initial proc. 1 billion damage on Amon initial shot. But yeah, just ridiculous. Farrell, thank you to the gifted sub. Appreciate that. Melee damage on weapons and enhancements. Very true. So what is shot that can hit? Oh. So what is actually like going on? What is causing all of this damage? So this has to do with an interaction between Force of Nature and Amon's newly buffed or fixed Raging Inferno. This is mainly just set up for bossing. If you want to use it for mobbing, it'll basically just be Wildfire Amon. You'd use Stellium with the like Malawan enhancement, high caliber. More than enough to just play Wildfire Amon. This allows our action skills to... Wildfire Amon is literally almost the same spec. We just don't go down to Raging Inferno. To crit, but you just do that spec, but with Raging Inferno, it'd be the same. For like 250 million a tick is so far the highest I've seen. And it ticks multiple times. Basically, all of the... like, So in order for Raging Inferno to deal all this massive damage, which is allowing us to hit for billions of damage. You're going to do a gun Amon. You know, it's funny, as we were working on that prior to this patch coming out, and we pretty much finished the build, but didn't want to post it until the patch came out, and so for the skill tree, for now we're very distracted. What burns within for extra incendiary damage. Is trying out 5x Blackout next, or does it not need it? Oh, no, 5 Blackout would be great. Depends on what build you're going. I think Tail of the Comet still does more damage than Blackout, because, Blackout still gets, or sorry, Comet still gets skill damage scaling. Tweak this around a little bit. And Blackout doesn't. Damage, don't really care about burn damage, which procs for 100. So +5 Comet should be better than +5 Blackout, but you'd want both. Damage. Check Discord DMs. But what did Graham say is not intended? Oh, shit. Oh, wait, that's fucking crazy. I didn't see this today. I don't think anyone saw this. This is not intended. We're looking at addressing it in a future minor patch. A timeline is not established yet, but it's a high priority. This is 4 likes. This is huge news. What?
That means crit knife is back on the menu, boys. Back on the menu. That's huge news. Once that got fixed, it's 3 knives, 90%. No. But it'll add. So like a Jacob's enhancement for 20% plus the crit knife is already 50% crit chance. Never mind, you pick up some skills and some other stuff. A lot of builds will be at like 60% crit chance at least with that. Means your crit won't scale down. Yeah, it won't never nerf your build using it. But you didn't read chat yet again. That's false news, fake news. Delete that message. Delete that message. For the gear for the build, we're going to be using spread. You don't need to use. How much? Puts us at. That puts us at 26% crit chance. So we're only actually getting like 4% crit chance from throwing the knife. It does override your crit. This reapplied. This is the highest damage firmware setup that we can be rocking right now. Man, I thought it was going to be like a 6-minute video, to be honest. For our specializations, build might not make it to Bloom Reaper. Oh, this is going to be a quick little wham bam thank you ma'am video. It's already 13 minutes long without an intro. Crazy. Mr. Yaps a lot over here. Next one. Take care, guys. Peace. Oh my fucking god. Oh my fucking god.
Victory in my grasp. Give me something to cry about.
There it is. 2 mil. Oh my god, it went negative, dude. It literally went negative. I think if I throw my action skill at him, well, I think we found damage cap. Yo, guys, what is up? Max on Borderlands 4 video, and today we're going over. I mean, I don't even really know what to call this. Guys? What are we naming the build? Give me a build name. Give me a build name. Give me a build name. Do you know what that means when that goes negative? I think it's damage cap. It can't register higher numbers. I think we should call it something with like Force of Nature or Raging Inferno. Incoming nerve Amon.
I mean, I don't even really know what to call this. This is an Amon setup that we just discovered that can hit 2 billion plus damage. It is, I don't think there's anything that comes close to the amount of damage that this build does in the game. It is absolutely ridiculous. With the Amon skills getting fixed, there's some new synergies and some new stuff that allows us to hit for billions of damage on I mean, I don't even really know what to call this. This is an Amon setup that we just discovered. Call this. This is an Amon setup that we just discovered that can hit 2 billion plus damage. It is, I don't think there's anything that comes close to the amount of damage that this build does in the game. It is absolutely ridiculous. With the Amon skills getting fixed, there's some new synergies and some new stuff on Amon, which is just ridiculous. I hope you guys enjoy the video. Which is just ridiculous. Fixed to hit for stuff that allows us to hit for billions of damage on Amon, which is just ridiculous. I hope you guys enjoy the video. Let's get right into it. So in order for this damage to occur, you do need to get a lot. We're going over there's some new synergies and some new stuff that allows us to hit for billions of damage on Amon, which is just ridiculous. I hope you guys enjoy the video. Let's get right into it. So in order for this damage to occur, you do need to get a lucky
How'd you learn
proc.
video
If you
editing? I
don't
mean, I'm
get
not a
lucky
great video
proc,
editor, but
you
I
still
taught
are
myself
doing
because I used to
most
make
of the time,
COD
like,
montages when I was 12, and I tried to become a YouTuber.
but we're gonna do our little rotation. Million damage. Let's give it another go. All right, let's see if we get lucky. If we got like a better, just ridiculous. So what is actually like going on? What is causing all of this?
The real
Initial
Doomfist.
shot.
The only thing that sucks is I can't really like show
So what
gameplay
is
of this
actually, like,
build
going on? What is causing?
because, like, you know what I mean. If we're actually trying to do our full setup, nothing will survive. You know what I mean? Like, it just doesn't really work. New here, welcome in, Drift. Good to have you. Dante's Inferno, Amon. I don't hate that. When's the Chrome Accelerator build? It'll be up tomorrow morning. Sorry about that. It's finished and uploaded, but I've got a crazy day tomorrow, and I'm not going to have time to work on a video. So I finished it, but it'll be up tomorrow, and then we're going to get this Amon video out, like, ASAP. Amon. I need some real names here. I need some real names. What about someone like Bio Bulkhead? He's just got immune phases.
Oh, fuck. I was going to say we should go one-shot Timekeeper, but I don't even have Timekeeper unlocked. 5G aim on. No, that doesn't work. It's not even radiation damage. CZ, have you seen this? By the way, it's pretty stupid. Is this build using the crit knife? Yes, the crit knife gives us 4% increased crit chance on this. Crit knife is less crit chance in your spec. Gotcha. Are you using 5 into? Do you have a 5 into Inferno? Yes. Interesting. What's the highest you've seen with 5 into Inferno? Have you gotten over 2 billion? I was using spreads on it, confirmed it was triple dipping, and kind of moved on. Okay. I'd be curious to what would deal more damage. I have this one with 60% melee damage. It's not a super fair test. T1 redeem. I got you. Dragon, you already have a gifted sub. You're already subbed. I can't gift you another. I can gift it to a random person or refund you. He said pick random. Oh, God. Boom. Got it. Hey, what about your dinner? Man, I need to get some dinner too.
That's a lot of damage.
Wouldn't hard hitter? Hard hitter would not be worth.
I wield death itself. Hey! Thunder unbound!
That was a lot of fucking damage. I don't know if anyone saw that, but that might have been, Mower.
Who stands against me? I'm tasting a new flavor, and it's you! Ah!
Not a great setup. I'm sad that wasn't on the 10-second thing.
I'm tasting a new flavor, and it's you! Level! I know a snake when I see one! Bada boom!
That was pretty good. What's your specializations? The action skill gives you based on gun damage, action skill crit. The one that you aim down sight for more damage, and I put on Groundbreaker just because it'd be really funny to punch afterwards. I don't have enough specialization points to get like the all damage dealt based on shield, for example.
Are you out of your mind? Bada boom! I'm gonna dwindle your bar! Thunder!
Seems like we're getting on average lower damage, but when it works, when we get the crit, it was higher. Triple dipping 30%. Yeah, I don't have enough specialization points for that.
The perfect weapon! I know a snake when I see one!
Is that gonna reach 2, Bill? 210, Bill. It's about the same damage, actually. It's not really consistent, sort of relying on crit. Yeah, but even without a crit, it's still doing like 80 million damage without a crit. It still one-shots anything, even if it doesn't crit. How much crit chance does this give us, by the way? 30% crit. That would be a reason to not use the crit knife, technically. It'd be independent, though. Like, technically, we'd want the crit knife for the shots of the Dullahan. 145 million damage, and it's this crit chance. A furnace with 5 points into Dragon's Breath and 2 points. points into Inferno. I do think that this could get some crazy things if you had 5 into Raging Inferno and 2 into Dragon's Breath. I don't have that to mess around. And 2 into Dragon's Breath. I don't have that to. All right, let's get this video out. It's like 10 o'clock. Okay. Guys, that is going to do it for the video. I apologize. This was a little bit rushed. I wanted to get it out there because you guys enjoyed. I will catch y'all in the next one. Take care, guys. Peace. You have more than 30% from what? I'll just call it Inferno Amon. Oh my fucking god. Oh my fucking god.
Victory in my
That's a lot of damage.
Give me something to cry about!
There it is. 2 mil. Oh my god, it went negative, dude. It literally went negative. Boom, boom, boom. You like Dante's Inferno, Amon? 30% Raging Inferno, Find on Mine, and 15 from Catastrophe. I don't have 30% Raging Inferno. Not with the not without the +5, which is what we were using. But yeah, I hear ya. Some point. We already did Fish and Whips, Amon. That was pretty close. Annihilator, Amon. Fish and Whips was pretty good. You did hear Crit Knife is getting changed again. Yes. Yep. Sanity, thank you for the Twitch Prime. Give me 1 second. I want to check if Steph made or has any food. It's 10 o'clock. I haven't eaten dinner yet. Should I be worried? There was a bag in the living room of freshly ordered Thai food and no staff around. I'd never seen a sight like that. I know she ordered Thai food because she was talking about how much she wanted to order some. She was really hungry. And then she's just not around and the food is untouched. What happened? She wouldn't just leave Thai food untouched. I figured that means that she just left it for me, yeah, to eat. Sounds like dinner to me. Yep. I'm imagining she got invited out to go out with one of her friends and just left. If she asked if you ate it, just deny it. True, it was Yoshi.
Oh, that's a lot of damage.
How do you get to the moon? It's by Callus. Fast travel. J-Rod, thank you the Twitch Prime. Appreciate that. How will she know? We'll just delete the VOD. Appreciate that, J-Rod. Thank you, thank you. How do you get the pumpkin head? It's a new shift code. For what it's worth, it's really good. I'm starving. Dude, I keep doing this every night. I wait till like 10 or 11 o'clock to eat. It's not good. Boom. Is it bussin'? It's really good. It's got some nice heat. It's like a green curry with some like nice beef. I think it's beef. I don't know. It's delicious. I'm having a great time.
Kind of looks like too much orange with his orange background. Something like that could work. It's all right. The charcoal kind of blends in with his outfit. That kind of works. A little bit more red. I'm just gonna use Any good aim on mobbing builds? Stormcaller aim on, Wildfire aim on. Fish and Whips aim on. Dotaween. If he's not named Amon Get In. I thought we didn't we name like a Harlo build, a Harlo Get In or something like that? Or maybe that was just a suggestion. I'd really like if this thing worked. Rafa Get In. Yeah. That's what it was. Yeah, we can't have a Get In for every character. that looks very wrong. How come every Amon build sounds like it's going to be a Digimon, Infernomon? A million? But it does a billion. Amon Musk. Freaking God, dude. Derek, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Appreciate that. Thank you, Derek. 10 freaking gifted subs. Let's go. Derek with the 10 gifted subs to Milk Money, Heisenbuns, A Big Ass Boat, Ninjo, Weak Pulse, Bobby Bobson, Safety Monkey, Andrew, Mr. Fleming, and Pad Flown. Appreciate that, Derek. World Breaker, Amon? Isn't World Breaker like a different skill of his? Amp doesn't matter at all, no. Am I crazy? Molten Slam. Is there something called World Splitter? Or what am I thinking of? What's World Splitter from or World Breaker from? Last Epoch. Oh, you're right. World Splitter is a sword. Yo, what about Scorched Kairos, Amon? World Breaker's a blue tree skill? World Breaker's a blue tree skill. Where? Bottom left. Oh, there it is. Yeah, I can't call it World Breaker. Can't do it. Napalm Amon? Napamon? Do we like Scorched Kairos?
Napalm on. Raging Nature. Why not Boss Breaker? I like that. That's a good one. Scorched Kairos is a skill too. What the fuck? Chat Boss Breaker. I like that. Boss Breaker's good. Thai food stealing aim on. I have no idea what you're talking about. No idea what you're talking about. And then skill tree. Deagran's worth picking up for Half-Life, Harlo. Technically, yeah. Do we not spec it? I'm a newly converted decoherence believer. Boom, 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 boom. All right, we'll have the Harlo video tomorrow.
I'm sorry, gamers. What about come on, Amon? That sounds horribly inappropriate. Yeah, it does. I think technically we go 5-2 that. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, boom, boom. Cool. Land's ready to post. Flame on, aim on with Chris Evans. That'd actually be pretty sick too. It's decided. We gotta get this video up. It's already like really late. It's already kind of rushed. Oh my fucking god. Oh my fucking god.
Victory in my grasp. Give me something to cry about.
There it is. 2 mil. Oh my god, it went negative, dude. It literally went negative. I think if I throw my action skill at him, well, I think we found damage cap. Yo, guys, what is up? Max on Borderlands 4 video, and today we're King of Cowards. Cool. Video's live. Is this build viable starting at level 30? I can't tell if that's serious or not. No, I wouldn't start this as a build. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna grab a little bit more Thai food. Hopefully, Steph is home. Video's live, though. She's still not here, and no Thai food has been eaten. Boom, 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 boom. People are gonna get pissed at me. Oh. If I'm in Raging Inferno, you just level the Calamity tree first. Should we do some numbers? True, technically. The only thing with this is like action skill uptime. Like you could do a Raging Inferno build that would still do crazy damage that isn't like one-shot damage. But like, you could do Pyroclast so you stay in your action skill all the time. This would like permanently give you action skill uptime. And then build a melee build with Stormcutter and Fish Slaps with Fist of Stone. So you could always keep up your Stormcutter. And then just spec into Raging Inferno. And then you'd have like a melee build that would be hitting hard, proccing big burn dots. That'd probably be a little bit more like starting out friendly, if that makes sense. By the way, I found out where Steph was. She's at the bar across the street with her friend. Here, let me put on a quick video while we finish eating this. I want to see what's going on with this Halo game.
Welcome to the Halo remake. This is wild. So a big thanks to Xbox for giving me a preview of this and early access so I could play and record a little bit. Obviously this is a pre-release build, work in progress, and I'm playing this on the Xbox Series X. So I plugged in my mouse and keyboard just to see, and yeah, it actually worked. So this is a full Unreal Engine 5 remake of Halo Combat Evolved, and they've gone in and added 3 prequel missions, which I'm quite surprised about. So there's going to be new content to play, new things to explore. And get this, the game is going to be released on PlayStation 5. Yes, you heard me, PS5.
That's crazy.
PC, Steam, and Xbox. And look at this, man. Oh my god. This looks incredible.
I was just about to go meet you.
The clouds are moving, the music. We got some more Covenant over here.
What?
Push up, lads. That's it. Right, I'm out of ammo in my AR. Get these elites. Yeah, they actually got the principal cast back as well to do some voice lines. Re-recording stuff, recording new stuff.
Am I crazy or does this look better, but like not incredible?
Included. Good job, lads. Marines. Oh, here we go. So this is the level, the silent cartographer. They're going to drop us off a little warthog here. Yeah, I think this is going to be very popular. Yeah. Look at this. Oh my god. Right, I'm driving.
Let's go find the map room. That will show us the location of Halo's control center.
Yes, Cortana. I'll do everything that you say, Cortana. Oh my god, the waves.
Pinpoint the main facility by cross-referencing Covenant survey data and religious texts. We were right. It's
this looks good.
I've marked the entrance with a nav.
Yeah, they added 4-player co-op online. Any platform.
But like, look. I don't know if you can see it on stream. But like a lot of the textures just don't look like they've loaded in yet.
Data and religious texts.
Maybe just early gameplay, but like that doesn't look like it's loaded in at all.
We were right. It's
This looks good.
I've marked the entrance with a nav.
Yeah, they added 4-player
That's like a blur.
co-op online, any platform, which is great. And I think they said that they have local 2-player split screen too.
I mean, it certainly looks a lot better than Halo when it first came out.
No official release date yet. I've got to go up there, right? But I want to go have a look down here.
He's also
Yeah,
playing
no
on an
official release date,
Xbox.
but it is coming out next year.
In the cliff wall. I'll bet the silent cartographer.
Get
is
him, lads.
somewhere
Wait,
inside
why
that
you...
facility.
He's shooting the dropship.
No, this is Jack Frag.
Shoot
He's the
these
goat.
guys here. The jackals, right? Ah, get wrecked. One more there. Oh my god. Okay, I'm getting out. I think he's dead.
I just come into. I'm
like
just
how
eating
the
my
barrel
dinner
goes
real quick.
around.
We're watching a YouTube video on the new Halo
Yeah,
game.
there's a little path here. They got sprint in the game now too, as you can see. You can turn that off though. The original game didn't have sprint.
Oh, Jack Frags? You don't know Jack Frags?
Crab. Halo crab confirmed. That's adorable. Oh, had a little baby with it.
He did what with it?
Amazing. Took a nade there.
Yeah, it could also just be motion
I like how
blur.
they split. Oh, they got the audio bang on. From what I remember anyway.
And stop them before they learn the location of the
Oh,
control.
alright, lads. So I am playing this on a 4K monitor. I don't think it's native 4K. That's out of ammo. Okay. It does get a little bit blurry sometimes, and I feel like it isn't
He's
a consistent
calling-
60 FPS either, but
He's saying it's
like I
getting a
said,
little
it
bit blurry.
is,
I'm definitely noticing that.
work in progress, so hopefully they can improve that. Let me get the needler. Get the purple shards. There's a plasma pistol there. Charge it up.
Into this guy with grenades.
Ooh, toasty.
The Covenant are putting up a real fight.
It looks
Solid
pretty good
shield.
though.
Must be here. My analysis indicates that the map.
It does look like there's like a
version
bit of like
aligns
motion
with
blur or
this facility.
whatever.
Let's keep going inside.
Isn't it just around this corner?
Don't let them lock the doors.
Uh-oh. He's exploded. Oh, the grunts are adorable, but I will murder them nonetheless. They locked it.
Interesting. I underestimated the Covenant's
Alright,
understanding
be right
of
back.
Halo's subsystems.
Put this
As
away.
did I.
We need to find the security override to get this door open.
Cortana to Keys.
Go ahead, Cortana. Have you found the control center?
Oh, keys.
Negative, Captain. The Covenant have impeded our progress. We can't proceed unless we can disable this installation's security.
Oh my god, look at this.
Understood. We're still en route to the objective. I may be out of contact when we get there.
That looks so good.
I want you to use any means necessary to force your way into the facility and find Halo's control center.
Got you. The lads are still here.
Keys out.
Let's move down the beach.
I'm not going to let you drive,
What are
okay?
the unusual structures that could house the security system.
I think they said they added an extra seat to the Warthog too, so for the 4th player, they can hang on the back here. Get in. Oh, still got the horn. Let's go. Ooh. I do feel a bit of input lag on the mouse as well, maybe a bit of acceleration too. Just being honest with you. Oh, baby. Look at this. There's a flip Warthog there. Yeah, they said that they've added skulls too.
Into the
The
interior.
difficulty modifiers. Again, I don't think that's something that the original Halo had. I don't remember them being there. This is the aimbot. Yeah, you keep beaming. I do want to go and have a look at that flip Warthog though, because usually they had guns and stuff around them. Yeah, look, there's an AR there. Can I flip it? Yeah. Oh my. That looks so sick. Have we ever seen Halo at such high fidelity before? I don't think we have. And I actually went and looked at some.
You haven't, 'cause no
old
one played
screenshots
Halo
and
Infinite.
gameplay of the original game, and man, this is how Halo looked in my head when I was playing it as a teenager. How it actually looks is nothing like this. There's one alive? Nearly made it. Whack. Oh, how'd that miss? Watch out. Oh, the plasma grenades, man.
Connor, holy shit. Dristan, thank you for the 10 gifted subs over on YouTube. Holy hell, appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. What's up, Blunt Master? How you doing? Oh my fucking... Dristan, thank you for the 10 gifted subs over on YouTube to Andrew, Garflog, Connor, Taveri, Silly Goose, Tickle, My Pickle, Torben, Death, Kyle, and Risa Plays. Let's go. Harlo has to wait tomorrow. Yeah. I'm sorry. Ooh, that was not the right button to click on the music slider. Doesn't look a thing like... all right, let's go. We done a lot of build work today. We still have like so many things that we could do with Raging Inferno, and we didn't even get around to Blackout yet. We originally came over to Amon to do a Blackout build. We still need to do that. We might save it for tomorrow. We could go, I want to go farm, Battle Wagon for a little bit, to be honest. How's Fish and Whips looking? Oh shit, is this save Fish and Whips? It actually might be Fish and Webs. I remember we grabbed like an F ton of random glass mods on Amon and just tried to make shit hit the work. Just threw things at the fan. Daughter. That should technically be Siphon. Oh my god, that is a level, it's a very, very, very low level Shatterwit. It'd still probably be enough to farm most things. Yeah, another remastered tells. It's a slightly higher level Shatterwit. What is the melee damage though?
Oh, that's a lot of damage.
King, I haven't gotten it yet. Oh, I need to. Blackout. Tritanium. Berserk. There is only... My touch is death. Doo doo. I remember where we spent these points. Pretty sure they were an action skill restoration. Let's just go see how that looks. You know, Battle Wagon just randomly chooses not to die when its health is gone. Sometimes it dies other times. It's got a like immune phase where it's supposed to drop off all the guys that's on its back. The weird thing is that immune phase is just like, I don't know. It doesn't seem like it consistently works or doesn't work. Where like sometimes I'll kill him super fast and he doesn't go immune. Sometimes I'll kill him even faster and he does go immune. Is onslaught aim on shit? Well, we're about to actually use a melee build. Very curious to how this is gonna go. Not quite our fish and web spec. Also just forgot to hit the Iridium run. But this is with blackout fix, meaning that we can now proc big shock dodds on enemies. Wait, what's the I was hitting the wrong button. Trust me, I did not mean to do 3 crit knives on that one, dude.
Oh, that's a lot of damage.
Throw a crit knife at him so we get some extra crit chance. Nice. Is that a Hellfire with stickies? Never seen that before. Rocket fist punching people. Yeah. The only thing that sucks with that skill is how slow it attacks. I feel like because its action skill duration by default is so low, so many times you just get like a few punches in and then it's over. Giving that action skill more base duration would be such a huge quality of life for it. That guy is on a headshot only modifier. We love melee. Headshot only modifier. Very sick. Action skill ended because we couldn't damage him. That's crazy. Oh my god, wait, I just realized I haven't used Berserk yet. Hold on, I haven't procced Berserk. All that damage was without Berserk. Dude, how many headshot only modifiers are we gonna give these enemies? Oh, that's right. I took off Groundbreaker. Okay. Groundbreaker still be good for us. We just need to use it after we do a bunch of whips. I'm farming this guy for a phosphine. I don't have much iridium to do it on this Amon particularly, though. Shatterweight Amon can Raging Inferno, Blackout, Tail the Comet, and Discombobulate. Yup. Yeah, we tried to do a Blackout build just now and ended up in Raging Inferno. Amon is gonna be fucking... I honestly think Amon's gonna be one of the biggest glow-ups when he gets higher skill points. Because, Amon's got some strong skills, but they're really deep in his trees, right? Blackout's really deep. Raging Inferno's really deep. Berserk's really deep. Did we change the Groundbreaker? We did not. Unlucky. We gotta equip that. Looks like we might want to put on a kill spring or something, because I don't have any health regen. Just fighting him with my freaking shields. What does the big encore do? It like 4x's the drop rates from the boss, but gives them double HP. Hundreds of millions of damage in a second. I'm telling you, it's busted. What's busted? Post-patch new Vex build. I just posted the updated Bleed Vex today. We're gonna do an updated... I want to do a Teen Witch build. Updated Teen Witch build. Where's the Harlo of it? It'll be up tomorrow. It'll be up tomorrow. It's finished. We gotta get a short about this Amon video up as well. I haven't gotten shit. Yeah, I did. I've done like 10 and I still haven't gotten anything. Tristan, you take care. Have a good one. Having something to do with cards. You're talking about cash. Yeah, we don't know much about cash yet.
A fellow enhancer of the flesh. Greetings.
That activated did not. Boom, 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 boom.
Regain your senses before I kill you.
That is definitely slower with no groundbreaker, Brock. Gonna do a new Lance build. Lance? Like the spear? Huh. Spear's like 8x or 4x value of a whip. Oh, Pavis lands. I don't think our Pavis lands build really changes, to be honest with you.
Do you have what it takes?
In my prime.
Wait. Did I do this wrong? Oh, you still pull up this shield. Interesting. Does this lance still do melee damage? If it's a forge wave? Forge waves now deal melee damage. It should. So it's melee, ordnance, and action skill? Melee, ordnance, and action skill damage? That seems kind of crazy. It does a lot more base damage than the whip. A little bit tougher to maintain. Other than the AZ mag, I think it's a solid shotgun. I haven't messed around with it too much. I used it and wasn't like overly impressed, but with the Jacobs roll, it's pretty good. Why no Bloodshot? I tried it. It's helpful for boss one-shots, but not needed. And we don't get any benefit out of it from normal gameplay. So I didn't feel like it was worth. Melee and ordnance. I wonder if this would give me like 30% chance to apply weakened. Technically, it would be kind of interesting. Would this proc on a spear throw? Dragon's Breath? It says that whenever you activate your ordnance. Surely not. Gearbox is working on fixing it. They're gonna buff Sultano. You're oiled up for the stream. Perfect. You use Undead Eye, but then you're a sniper build. We're gonna make an Undead Eye build. Don't worry, we'll update the sniper build, but it's just different, Young Knight. Just two different builds. All right. Does this spear activate Dragon's Breath? Okay, so we're very clearly not doing any fire damage, right? I wish there was a way to reset your cooldowns without quitting the game currently. Yeah, apparently 2 out of 1 Sultado is going to end up working. Which is crazy. I mean, that's like double damage for Rava. Biz blocks? Is that Biz cap? Surely there's no way this is fire damage, right? Okay. All right. Hallelujah. That would be genuinely very broken. All right. No fire. I don't know if that's better than just Berserk. Probably not. I don't know how much dot damage this is doing. Supposedly wrong with Soltado. What that means is that 2 out of 1 Soltado will work. Right now we have to only put 1 point or not put any points in it if you got a class mod to do it. 2 out of 1 Soltado would like genuinely like, I mean, you'd have 100% crit chance on Rafa at all times. And you'd have like 1,000% gun damage. Okay, so the fire damage proc is pretty huge. Fire damage proc actually they're pretty good. That is points better spent. There's a shield durability was good. Yeah, right. So there, 1 point there. Technically, we could put 1 point there. Points there. This is better. This is status effect damage and ordnance damage. We benefit from both of those. Just put 2 points there. Ordnance damage, Comet, Warriors Cup, Blackout. Boom, 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 boom. But what skills does my scientist need to spec into for Harlo? Scientist? I'd have to check. It depends on what you're using the scientist for. Like, if you're using it for Half-Life Harlo, you really want the 5 into the dot spread skill at the start of Green Tree. You just did. You talking about the reactor Harlo? Scientist on reactor Harlo is not good anymore because you don't do shock damage. Everything gets converted to a radiation now. You could still make it work, but I just use a skeptic after the changes. It's a little bit more consistent. How much iridium do I have on this character right now? 148. Incredible. One more run. Let's see if this does anything. Which Vault Hunter would you say is the most build diversity after the patch?
Load 'em up and let 'em fly. They don't let me cut on folks no more.
Potentially Rafa or Amon, to be honest with you. This Blackout and Inferno changes are going to allow Amon to do a whole lot of different builds. God, that uptime is just not like it's already gone. Super hard to actually like have good uptime. That's the thing with Amon right now is you with these Inferno and stuff, like you can make his action skills do crazy damage. But they're just on such crazy long cooldowns.
The perfect defense.
Like, this is sick, but I can't live in this. You know what I mean? I'm having to pop a rep kit after every throw. I don't know why it's so limited. I've lost our Berserk now.
Test your might. Grappling spear.
Like to throw 3 spears there.
May you be forgiven.
The Berserk nerve. Yeah, it's rough. Technically throwing the crit knife there actually hurt my damage. My head again.
Resurrected today? No.
Own skin pulling me under. Dude, that action skill is so short. It's actually so short. Boom, boom, boom. Dude, you lose Berserk so fast now. I wonder if it would still even be worth on a build like this. Wait. Why? Oh, we can't use Stormcutter. I was gonna say Stormcutter would be perfect here, but we obviously can't use it because we're in blue tree. Dude, like, make these numbers make sense. This Wrathful is on a 45-second cooldown. It does 9.8k base damage, right? A single spear is 8.9k. $8.9k for a single spear, which I can throw a lot of, and this is 9.8 on a 45-second cooldown. So it's guaranteed crit. Yeah, I think that's slightly helpful. New Amon plus some of the stuff from Wildfire Amon. Yeah, you can merge the two of them together. Do 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 do. Boom, 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 boom. Bleedvax needs no changes. It's fine. Updated Bleedvax is posted. Also, it definitely needed some changes.
Just believe me, this belly will relieve us.
Yo guys, what is up? Max in a Borderlands 4 video, and today we're gonna be updating my bleed. Ooh. Your game is stuck downloading in the patch screen. I don't know why. Help. I don't know, Mr. Lex. I'm not tech support. I'm sorry. I wish I could help you. What's the Berserk nerve? You didn't see? It was in the patch notes. They made it so instead of getting 9-second duration return per kill, you get 4 seconds. So, like, initially, well, I guess on our current setup, Berserk's not even really all that worth because it only lasts for 15 seconds. But they made it so there is only red. It used to give you extra duration restore per skill point in this. So it'd go to 9 seconds restored per kill. It's now set. It does not scale with points. So you only get 4 seconds back per kill. So before you needed to kill an enemy every 9 seconds to upkeep Berserk. Now you need to kill an enemy every 4 seconds. So unless you've got enemies very clustered, it could be a little hard to like have full upkeep on. Update Rafa build. We'll be updating our Rafa guides. I'm gonna be honest. Rafa changed the least. With this patch, none of his builds really got affected. To be honest. Boom. Any guns jump up in the tier list after update? We should maybe work on that tomorrow. Bonnie and Clyde is the biggest winner of the patch for me. I think that gun might genuinely be S tier now. I'm not sure about the Moze. I haven't messed around with that much. Oh, is the music not playing? Sorry. Doo-doo. Ability Flag if you use Harlo. Yep, both of those are better. I still think that the Bonnie and Clyde is crazy now. Bugbear is pretty good too, yeah. Everyone thought B&T was gonna get nerfed and it got buffed. B&T. What does that stand for? Bonnie and Clyde was less good. You think the biggest winner is Lucian's overall? I guess it was already good beforehand. Bonnie and Clyde, you mistyped. Y'all thought Bonnie and Clyde was going to get nerfed? I didn't think it was that good, to be honest. I tried it. I didn't like it. It was good on, like, Ranger Rafa, but, like, any freaking gun is good on Ranger Rafa. What was the build we used the big shield on? Was it Rafageddon? How's the Harlo build? Done. It's uploaded. It's not posted live yet, but it's ready to post. Rafageddon. Did they buff the Rainbow Vomit? Not to my knowledge, no.
That's a lot of damage.
Tortoise Regulus.
Moxie, do you have the nuke codes for me?
Hi, Ags. Ags, Morgan told me you didn't want to play ping pong tomorrow. We're gonna go play some ping pong, dude. It's gonna be sick. Directive O, I think, is the name of the guy who drops Bonnie. Pep, it'll be up tomorrow. If art, it's about to be midnight. Trust me, the algorithm will like it more if we post it tomorrow. And I'm loving it. Let's go. Ags, when's the World Series? You better head out yourself. Yup, me too. My eyeballs are hurting. Game 1 was tonight. Blue Jays won 11-4. That's fake news. He didn't invite me. He told me he was going to play ping pong with you and Billy as part of his plans as to why he couldn't hang out with me, lol. So I didn't get invited. And throughout it, you should come. Oh. He told me he invited you, and then you said you didn't want to go. Well, we're ping-ponging at 2 tomorrow if you want to join. We were originally going to play, like, tennis, but we couldn't. So that's how we ended up doing ping-pong. And Phil was going to join, but he's in Connecticut. But yeah, we'd love to have you. I bought us a bucket of hard seltzers. Heard the wait list was too bad. Yup. We can chat tomorrow. Okay, let me know. You're gonna get turned. Yeah. We're drinking tomorrow. You don't want a pity invite. That's not a... it's not a pity invite. I understand where you're coming from, though. By the way, I'll have y'all know that I am an incredibly talented ping pong gamer. No, in Ranger Rava since midnight. Ranger Rava can use literally any gun under the sun. If you want a direct replacement for the midnight, just use a Jacob Stray. Dive bar we came to one time with you and Stav. It's closing tomorrow. Random dive bar. Near me? Or near you? You're back from the Chainsaw Man movie. How was it? I haven't watched Chainsaw Man. Ninja Gaiden 4 playthrough. It was peak. Nice. Dude, anime movies are crushing it. If we're... So... It's the 24th today, right? Next week, we're going to do a spooky stream. Maybe like Thursday. I guess Halloween's the 31st, right? So we'd have to do the like Wednesday, Thursday spooky stream. Maybe Wednesday night. Wednesday. Plan for Wednesday, because that means we wanted to deal with the hotfix or anything. We're gonna do we'll play Chronos. I got a spooky key for Chronos. I also got a key for the new Outer Worlds game, which looks really cool. I want to play it. It's like a whole ass RPG though, so like I don't really know when we would have time. After the Halloween party last year, the rooftop one, they came to this bar and had a drink and sat in the booth. I do remember that. It's closing. Sad. Well, I can confidently say I have not been back there. They needed my business. We're gonna play Arc Raiders. Oh fuck! The Battlefield Battle Royale is supposed to come out on the 28th, right? I want to try that too. Wow, lots of gaming stuff. I don't see YouTube chat. I do. I did not like Avowed. How did Obsidian put out 2 massive RPGs in 1 year? They did Avowed and Outer Worlds? Is it worth it? Yeah, buy it. Definitely seems like a commitment. Yup. Set up a list of spoopy games. Aggro can... Yeah. If you want to send me a spoopy game. I don't know if we'll need another besides Chronos. Bono. I'll see the cow. Shit, I see the strat. I see the strat.
Fury! Vengeance! If only I had a speed chair! Punch of the rockets!
It's a pretty hefty punch. Single player or co-op for Harz of Kairos? Or in general?
I'm tasting a new flavor! It's you, mommy!
Games dingus. I don't even know of a good co-op horror game. But Phasma? I am a gun and bear arms double dip with Shatterweight. Oh, the ordnance. Bear arms. Double dip with Shatterwake. Usually also add to full spectrum arsenal and triple dip from gun damage. I am a gun. Bear arms. I think I understand what you're saying. Those would all apply, but it would just be a single dip, unless I'm misunderstanding your question. You'd benefit from all of those, but I don't see where the double dip would be. Phasma Repo. Is Repo a horror game? I still haven't played that. Demonologist is similar to Phasma, but newer and scarier. That could be fun. Maybe some Chronos in the morning into Demonologist. Is there a way to keep Bugbear's last bullet? Potentially. You can shoot all the bullets on Rafa and then click your action skill to not consume ammo. As long as you don't have any ammo regen spec, you could theoretically keep the last shot.
Fire at me, Ripper! I can take it! Going to combat range!
Our action skill is down. That's very sad.
Give me a real one. I beg of you.
We need a fish slap. Fish slap would be a huge here.
Know my wrath. Do not miss me, Ripper.
I would lose my action skill right there. No action skill work. Stupid punch.
Slice, friend. You are not going to win this.
Incredible.
Race of the forge.
Dead Space remake. I actually own that. Steph?
New Silent Hill game. Steph moved like a box in front of my door. And so Yoshi is barking at it because he's now stuck because he can't leave the room because there's a cardboard box blocking his pathway out. Cronus is great. Dude, Cronus is really good. I mean, I only got to play like maybe 5 minutes of it at Gamescom. But it was freaking sick. I loved it. I thought it was one of the best games I played at Gamescom. And I played a lot of games at Gamescom.
Unbridled potential.
How do I not have a Slippy? Is it filtering by something? Is this not literally the exact Amon build that we just made that big damage build on? Were we not using the Slippy for Ordnance? Oh, I guess we weren't using the Slippy for Ordnance. It was the Harlo build we're using the Slippy. What in the shit? Taking Battleborn instead of Scorched Kairos. Wish there was a skill searcher. What tree are you talking about? I still don't know all the names of the skills off the top of my head. Harlo, I do. Battleborn. Top row, blue tree. Must be gun damage on class mod and enhancement. For what build in general? But yeah, if you were only getting ordnance damage versus gun damage, which is, well, this is only 20% gun damage for your other things. So it'd be 20% melee damage plus 20% action skill damage. So yeah, that would be better than Scorched Kairos if you were doing like a melee action skill build. You know what? For fish and whips, getting way more of that damage that way, I think. Yeah, you have a good point. That would be better. That would give you more damage. How's Amon playing after the patch? We're trying a melee build on him right now. I like desperately need this fish grenade though. FNAF playthrough. Dude, I went to the theaters the other day and there's a FNAF movie trailer coming out. And I watched it and I was like, oh, that's actually, you know, I'm not a FNAF enjoyer, but that looked pretty good. And it's not, I didn't even realize this, it's not even the first Five Nights at Freddy's movie. There's been previous ones. Didn't see that at all. Trust me, don't bother. Really? Do I need to go watch Chainsaw Man to go watch this new Chainsaw Man movie? Like, is it good enough that I should go watch the anime for? Yes. Okay. I'll watch it once I finish up with Naruto. I still got like the tail end episodes of Shippuden. I'm on like 484 right now. How many seasons of Chainsaw Man are there? One. Oh, easy. 12 episodes? I'll crush that. Watch Kaiju number 8. Yeah. I do need to get around to that one. I almost put it on the other day. You know what show I really need to finish? I watched like the first 3 seasons and loved it. And then I think like the 4th season came out and I was like really confused by like the first few episodes and I just never finished watching it. Is Attack on Titan. I watched the first like 3 seasons of Attack on Titan and I haven't seen any more. And I loved that show. But I remember being like a little bit confused with the first like episodes of like the 4th season, I think. My soldiers rage. Have I seen Hell's Paradise? I have watched Hell's Paradise. Great show. I've watched a real good chunk of Freyrin. Shield Hero, I did start watching. Are you a JoJo enjoyer? Haven't watched it. Watch One Piece. I can't. I literally can't. People keep telling me to. I just can't be like, oh yeah, I'm just gonna go sit down and start this 1,000 plus episode show. I'll never finish it. I watched a lot of My Hero. I haven't kept up with all the episodes. I watched My Hero up until they saved that girl out of the spoiler warning. Saved the girl out of the bad guy entrance, like underground base.
Just a lot of little pieces. I hope you survive. Right as steel. Gather round. Your order friends will save
I killed him? Yay, melee builds. Rocket punch. Yay, flying enemies. Fuck you. Good night, Ray. What the? Hammer aim on still good. That build will be better than it's ever been with the Raging Inferno changes. Genuinely, that build's about to have such a glow up.
I know your weakness, Order Villain. Yeah.
Keep using that right as it's ending and then not getting it back.
A meat mass. I like it. Do not forsake their weakness for your strength. Open your eyes. Here it comes. I thought
Watching Bleach to try to catch up, but I'm stuck in filler hell right now. Dude, when I watched Naruto, I just I looked up like a filler guide.
Order will force its will on me.
That show's got seasons of filler. Crazy stuff.
I wish you lasted longer.
Boom, boom. RJ have drops now. He does indeed.
This requires a
Yeah.
personal touch.
Wow, it knocked off all of his things in one punch. Alright, if you are a melee enjoyer, look away now. One Punch Man is fire. I've seen One Punch Man. Apparently the new season came out for One Punch Man? I heard it's terrible. I watched a Moist Critical video on it that said it was like genuinely terrible. So I don't know if I'm gonna watch the new season, but the prior seasons were so good. Season 2 or 3? Season 3. You mean One Frame Man? It's depressing. Yeah, apparently. I forget what the stat is. I might just be making this out of my ass, but it's like a 30-minute episode, and of those 30 minutes, 16 minutes is like still frames. Like storytelling with still frames or something like ridiculous.
This grenade has your name on it.
Hey, we finally got to punch him. That sucked. Hell yeah.
Vengeance flies.
Melee's back, baby. The hit rag, dude, it's so rough.
Enjoy oblivion.
Which will happen first? Cash launches or I kill this boss?
Dodge this.
Do, 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 do. Beautiful. He got decimated. Just out of curiosity, have you guys ever been farming a boss and killing it too quickly? Like you're killing it instantly and you're not getting the drop you want, and the thought crosses your mind that you're not get. It's like you're killing the boss too quickly that it can't drop. Like you're like breaking it so that the loot isn't dropping properly. I don't know if that's ever actually been a thing, but the thought has crossed my mind many, many times. This is how the guy saying slow down on the Twitter post plays. Think he's melting the boss. Oh, dude, so many people jumped on that. I do my best not to think. Attaboy. Yeah, don't hurt yourself. You have a myriad of excuses for why the legendaries won't drop. You get a placebo it every single time. I have the feeling that if you leave too much loot on the floor, the quality worsens over time. If the game identifies there's too many legendaries on the ground, it won't drop you anymore. Boom, 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 boom. All right, it's midnight. We're going to bed. This Arc Knives Rafa build is turning out well so far. That's good to hear. Sometimes I feel like save quitting helps me get my legendary faster. Jay, thank you for the 15 months. Appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right, guys, we're heading out. We're going to go raid someone. Boom. Who are we raiding?
Good night, gamers. Kira's playing some Borderlands. All the players is playing Borderlands? Isn't that like a Destiny raider? Any Destiny gamers in here? All the players? That's a Destiny raider person. I'm pretty sure we can raid them. They're playing some Borderlands. You just threw up hearing D2. Very good. They're doing a first playthrough. ATPs from D2 community. Okay. Cool. We're gonna rate them. Some Warframe. There's a big Warframe update going on now, yeah? Something's happening with it. All right, good night, guys. Just a FYI, I don't know if I'll be streaming tomorrow. I am hanging out with some buddies. If there's a stream, it'll most likely be later in the day. Like 5, 6 o'clock. All right, I guess that would just be normal stream time. All right, bye.